Greetings and welcome to the People's Ascension. It is Saturday, and therefore it's time for some Dungeons and some Dragons. I feel like I'm doing this, well, practically every week now, but apologies for the delay starting off here. There's always something, and this week it was a last-minute call from the internet service provider about, bearing fiber lines and whatnot, and well, I can't have that right now, so I've had to deal with that. Also, stream delayed on account of giggles, because leveling up is funny. So, while I finish getting myself together, let's get started with this game, or at least the announcements before the game, and I will try to keep this brief. Hello, everybody. How is everybody doing? Thanks for tuning in. I know I just got to all of my social media announcements and advertising and whatnot. So people may be trickling in, but for anybody new to the show, well, it's episode 40 of our current campaign. So if you've missed any of that and would like to go back and catch up, that is over on YouTube, / all kinds of numbers and letters, because we're not important enough to have our own special URL. But you can search for the People's Ascension on YouTube and the channel will pop up. On there is all of the previous episodes of this series, as well as all of the sort of mini-series we've done in the past, including Blades in the Dark and Cyberpunk Red episode, and potentially more to come. Anyway, as far as what's going on here, we are Twitch affiliates. That's super fun. That means we have all kinds of cool stuff, and even more cool stuff coming along with your support. So you can go down and press the follow button if you have not already. I heard we already got a new follower. I heard that lovely chime and saw the follow, but I did not get a chance to read who it was. So hello, new follower. Thank you for joining us. So if any of you are listening and not following, go ahead and click that button, and then you can go right on over and click the subscribe button, because that's a super fun button to press. Anyway, any subscriptions and whatnot go straight back into the channel, getting things like emotes and art and all the little decorations that make Twitch channels cool looking and whatnot, as well as paying for more specific music. And I mean, at some point I'd love to get an actual title sequence and whatnot, but plans for the future. There is also a nice little martini glass in front of our logo down beneath Aquila there. Taylor there, where you can throw bits into. So if you like anything that the players are doing and you want to cheer them on, support them and their decisions they are making, you can go ahead and throw some tips into there. Or if you like what I'm doing and making their lives more difficult and tormenting them, you can cheer me on and I can continue to make their lives more difficult. Honestly, you probably shouldn't encourage that, but I'll take it. Anyway, final thing, the most I should say, the most important, I should say, way for monetary support would, of course, be heading over to Patreon. It just has a much better, return than Twitch, just from the way it works. And we get to give you cool stuff. Over on Patreon, we have all kinds of after shows for almost every episode. If we miss one, we cover the previous episode that we missed in the next episode. All kinds of cool character insights and background GM sort of behind the scenes sort of information, as well as character sheets and NPC sheets, enemy stat cards, all kinds of different behind the scenes sort of stuff, and even more to come, again with support and as things are released and experienced in the show. So stay tuned for more things on there and go check that out if you want to support the channel. Anyway, I think that covers about everything. If you want to chat with us, head down to the Discord and Twitter links below. There you can interact with me and many of the cast here. We post memes and have random conversations, and sometimes I promote other things, and then sometimes I do polls and whatnot. So that's the best way to interact with the show and fellow fans. I think that's all I got. I'm a little flustered right now, because man, this morning. Anyway, let's get into the show with an introduction of everybody who is playing. Hello, my name is Jack. I talk a lot. That's basically what I do here. As far as all of the other more important people who make this game actually a game, let's start, as we always do, with Taylor up above our logo. Hello, good morning, welcome. Who are you? Why are you here?
Morning?
It's morning enough for me.
Hi. But anyway, I play Aquila, the Goliath blood hunter of the Lycan Order. Yeah,
That
blood
you
everywhere.
do. Yes. Blood from a stone. Moving on. Moving on.
Never
Over
had
to
that thought.
really, the Goliath blood hunter. Okay.
I did
Well,
not where my brain went.
Sure. Moving on to Steven. Hello and welcome.
Yes, I play Ander, the half-elf warlock of Zadok, and all his eldritch oily glory.
Yes, indeed. Moving down to the first of our Tempest twins, Arlene. Hello.
Hello, hi. My name is Arlene. My character is Tali, the orphan wood elf tempest cleric, follower of Arcalige / Lewina, and half of the Tempest twins.
Very important distinction. She is the orphan.
I am an orphan.
Well,
one of many that exist in this world.
Sure.
So,
as far as Moriades is concerned, you are the orphan.
Yep. Moving on, jumping past our logo and the nice little tip-filled martini glass, we of course have Christian. Hello, welcome.
Right, yes, the descriptors which we cannot see that always confuse me.
It's the same thing every week, man. Keep up.
Think I have time to think about my face placement on a week-by-week basis? Definitely not. I don't even know where I am right now. Like, in real life.
Fair.
What's up? I play a druid. She's crazy or something. Probably. Something. And she has a pet badger.
There we go. Okay. And rounding us off, as we always have, is Stephanie. Hello.
Hi, I'm Stephanie, and I play Subgi. She's a human sorcerer with Draconic ancestry, and I guess that's all right now.
All right.
Hi, twin.
Yes, the other half of the Tempest twins.
And secretly stacked.
Yeah. Okay. So, with that, let's set the scene with a recap of what just previously happened. I know last episode was quite a big one from my perspective, because we reintroduced an old antagonist, an important NPC from way back when, previously a potential, antagonist, somebody possibly working against the better interest of the world and the party, but also potentially not. Now turned, potential ally. So who wants to recap what that was all about? No one?
Start with that.
I believe we started with everybody moving through the portal straight into the glistening hills of ecstasy and Moriades' own little domain there.
Yeah.
The
glistening hills
world with white grass and purple sky.
That's right. Moriades thirsting pretty hard over Shaliva.
Yep.
I offered her water. She didn't seem to oblige.
While Aquila and Tali were disapproving of her behavior. There was just some I don't think there was anything consequential in the actual initial conversation we had, other than a lot of poking back and forth that eventually ended with, poking back and
Ah.
forth. It eventually ended with Sliva and Moriadessa literally frolicking off to Moriadessa's temple, church.
Yeah.
Um,
Moriadessa frolicking. Shliva kind of just awkwardly
being dragged along,
quick walking.
learning how to frolic.
Yes.
Weird that she didn't know how. I think we were all surprised by that, but and Tali hate trudging after her.
Hate
Yep.
moon bouncing. Yeah.
Yeah.
On
Trudging,
the pliable, fleshy mounds that is the glistening hills.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've done it too much.
Yeah.
Maybe if he does it enough, we'll come back around.
Yeah.
Oh, doesn't usually.
That's a shame. When we got in sight of Moriadessa's church, very impressive building, like a diamond-shaped kind of white diamond-shaped building made of what seemed to be a single piece of some kind of white stone.
Well, the main structure of the building was a half dome that had a large diamond sort of spire in the front. Yeah.
Either way, very interesting building that seemed to be made out of a single, like, just unbroken piece of white stone material. When we walked in, it became evident very quickly that the inside of the building did not necessarily obey the normal laws of space and time, with things seeming to be either very far away or very close, depending on, when you looked at them and whatnot. We were led to, I guess, kind of the main church temple room. Had some pews and just kind of an altar at the front. And after a little more banter,
You're really playing down the megachurch vibe.
fair. The main megachurch room.
Yeah. Some
We're from
pews,
the south.
a little
It's like,
altar.
look, we're in the south.
Yeah.
We don't want to deal with mega churches.
That's true.
After a little bit more banter, it was decided we all needed some sleep before dealing with anything more. So Moriadessa just kind of waved her hand and a door appeared in one of the walls, at which point we were told that the door would lead to our ideal sleeping arrangement. So when it was opened, we all saw whatever would make us, I guess, we'd be most comfortable in, where we'd want to sleep. Though all those spots apparently occupied the same space. So once we walked through the door, we all kind of became ghostly to each other. And we're in the same room that looked different to everyone, had different dimensions for everyone, etc., etc.
Multi-dimensional bed chambers.
Yep.
Cool.
So we all had slept through the night. Apparently, different people having different dreams and experiences. Ander, as is tradition, was woken up with Moriadessa straddling him in the middle of the night. She, took her shot again, got turned down again. They had a little conversation. She got bored.
I am resisting
You
making
really
a
wanna-
very dirty joke.
Had a conversation. She got bored, left, woke up in the morning. After they walked out of the interdimensional bedchamber, they were greeted by the sight of the church being full of faceless, featureless, colored beings of some sort. That Moriadessa was up in the front preaching to. So I know at one point Shliva decided to go sit in the after they got up from the pews and were walking around. Shliva decided to go sit down and get the attention of one of the beings.
Yeah, all the rest of you guys were talking about doing it, and it convinced her to go just find out.
Yeah.
And they weren't hostile or anything. And what I think you saw, like a brief half-second glimpse of a face or something at one point.
Probably.
Probably, yeah.
After grasping the hand of one of these beings and getting the warm and fuzzies.
Getting an armgasm.
Yes.
After that, I think that was when we were taken out of the sanctuary, or Moridessa decided to talk outside, and we all just kind of materialized on a hill somewhere in the glistening hills, where Moridessa offered us her help in exchange for a bit of a sacrifice. After pulling teeth, we eventually found out that the help being offered was Tessadrin.
Fuck that guy.
Her bitch. Seemingly, anyway. Unfortunately, it also seemed to be that someone dear to one of us would probably have to die for that to work out.
Mm-hmm.
So, some people in the party were very much against it. Some people hadn't voiced an opinion yet, and some seem to be considering it. And that was the cliffhanger on which we left off.
Yes.
Because Jack accidentally told us too much.
Yeah, more or less. Moridessa was a bit eager, but, that's her. Does anyone have anything to add through all of that? No, that's fine. A lot of last week was a lot of roleplay and inter-party conversation, a lot of really good character insights that don't really make for, recaps. But it was a really good episode last week, so if you want some insight into the characters and a good recap of what is going on and what's important, last episode is actually a really good one. Anyway, I think there was something more I was going to say in recap or to set the stage, but now I'm blanking on it. Right, I was going to mention that everybody is now level 10. We leveled up at the end of last episode, and that's kind of retroactively being applied to when they woke up after their long rest here in the Glistening Hills in their multi-dimensional bedchamber. But I'm trying something new this level, basically this dungeon. Rewarding the really good roleplay that has been going on lately, and some other creative applications of this dungeon run, and giving them a level before the main boss fight.
Which does have me worried about the boss fight.
Yeah, I'm offering you guys a powerful ally and a level before the boss.
I mean,
so,
I feel like
it'll be fine.
ally needs to air quotes on it on that one.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Temporary ally.
Yeah.
He's not exactly willing. He's not exactly happy about it, I'm sure. Well,
maybe if he gets some time
I'm
away
probably
from
not
Moridessa.
happy about one of us taking the reins.
Yeah. As has been the sort of moral motif of this particular arc, consent gets iffy when enchantment magics are involved, because enchantment magics are pure evil.
You heard it here, kids.
Necromancy is just fine. The dead aren't using their bodies anymore. Enchantment magics, mess with consent. It's a whole. It's
I mean,
a thing.
necromancy does have some questions of consent, but
I mean, yeah, sure.
or at least it has some ethical questions.
We can discuss the morals and ethics of the schools of magic later.
And yeah, I was gonna say
Enchantment
it's
can
like,
be
but
very
yeah.
problematic.
Yes.
Okay. So, we start off on the hillside of one of these glistening hills. Standing or seated on the side of this sort of fleshy slope. Thin white grass blowing in the slight scented breeze, pleasant breeze. Every now and then a ripple of blushing bumps appearing on the mound. Overlooking a field of what Moriadessa termed tease trees in front of her church.
Still nicer than what I was calling them.
She just recently summoned who you recognize as most likely being Tessadrin. A figure that you've only seen in his, or at least one of his, human guises back in the Honeyed Horizon, and sort of made the assumption that he was this celestial, fiendish figure. But being faced with a similar face once again, though clearly in a much more fiendish form, now quite well, trussed up and gagged, and properly dominated by Moriadessa. He is bound by shackles and a neck collar with an ethereal chain leading to an ornate bracelet on Moriadessa's wrist. He sits there in a kneeling position, his tattered blackish wings sort of draped down over him, almost attempting to presumably cover his humiliation. And Moriadessa stands there, just sort of slightly tugging on the chain every now and then, waiting for Aquila's response to her proposal.
Right.
And to reiterate that for Taylor and everybody else, Moriadessa needs a piece of Aquila's heart. A piece of her heart which belongs to somebody important to her, somebody who she cares for to a certain degree. Might not have to be the love of her life, or a parent, or a sibling, but it has to be somebody important. Yes, we all know that Aquila does not make that distinction. But somebody who
Does
is...
Aquila have any of those
True,
listed things?
true.
We could offer a bander.
Yeah.
I don't think we're that close.
But there will have to be a sacrifice made in blood by the person, the being that corresponds to whatever particular piece of her heart that she needs. That means it's not up to Aquila who gets taken. Moriadessa will have to find the piece needed and the person associated with it, and that price will be paid accordingly. In exchange, Aquila will be gifted the service of Tessadrin, bound to her heart, under her control, until such time that... make sure I have this this correct, because fiendish contracts can be important.
Yeah.
Terms. Her terms are that Tessedrin will remain in Aquila's service until they either destroy or convert Demoliba, die, or fail to uphold their agreement. This was, of course, by no means the end of the conversation, and Moriadessa is waiting on a yes or no response. There can still be more conversation if there is more information you seek, possible addendums to the agreement, clarifications, whatever you may need. But the party is standing around waiting on Aquila, who seems to be considering this option.
And just so I am not misremembering, this wasn't simply posited just to Aquila.
No, anyone can take up the offer. I believe Ander flat up refused. I think Tali was pretty much in the same boat, and Aquila thus far has been the only one vocally considering it. So we will open up on the side of the Glistening Hills with you guys having this conversation. Moriadessa playing around with her bitch, and you guys can figure out what you're doing.
Do I get to know who you're sacrificing?
Oh, I don't know yet. I need a very particular piece. Don't blame me, it's simply the way the world was made. It really is quite troublesome.
I don't
I'll do it.
really. Okay.
I don't know, it seems like a bad idea.
The services of a completely submissive, powerful being is a bad idea?
For the cost, yes.
But what's the cost of saying no? Probably more lives.
But
I'll do it.
some is gonna.
Well, I'm certainly not one to talk somebody out of a good time. She will sort of float her way over to you in these bounds that are not quite natural skips. More of a float over in your direction. Sort of paces around you, one sort of looking you up and down. Stands in front of you and leans in and looks up because you're super tall. Sort of pulls at Tessedrin's chain again. He stumbles forward a few paces. And she reaches up with her hand and traces down the side of your jawline. And you feel a thick, cold thrust into your chest as you look down, and there is a slender spike sticking out where your heart is.
Oh, like it was coming out of her, or that Moriadessa just
No,
shanked
she just
her?
plunged it in, yeah.
Yeah.
With that, you feel this, like, minor heart attack happen, and your eyes sort of go black and fuzzy. Everybody else can see Aquila get a little woozy for a second as blood begins to trickle down this chest wound. I'm sure some of you may even be considering this an attack, and maybe, raring for initiative. But as quickly as it happens, the spike shatters, and the band that was around Moriadessa's wrist is now around Aquila's wrist. The chain fading off into the ethereal, now connected to Tessedrin. Well, I wonder who it was. I'll have to go see. Anyway, you two have fun. He is quite a good time. Let me go ahead and make sure that you can see this. Okay, Taylor, you should be able to see Tessedrin subjugated.
Oh, yep. There he is. I can't see anything but that picture.
Okay. How about now?
It's loading.
Yeah,
I see the tab. I see the tabs now, but they're just grayed out at the moment. So we'll get there.
Yeah, it might take some time to refresh.
Oh, there it is. Okay, there he is.
Cool. Yeah, so you can familiarize yourself with all of his various abilities.
Cool.
So basically, Tessedrin will act as a 6th member, or 7th if you include the Badger, member of your party, acting on his own initiative, but you will be controlling his actions. Okay. So basically, you're playing 2 characters right now.
Yep.
Also, I think the Badger's earned its place at this point.
I agree. But part of the party.
But Krushka does act on Shliva's initiative.
She signed the paperwork. It's totally...
That is true. Krushka is a full-fledged member of the People's Ascension Guild. She does have her own armband.
The paperwork
with an armband and everything.
That is true.
Yeah.
Okay.
I always forget about that. That was hilarious.
Well, you keep good care of him. I'd like him returned in, well, mostly the same condition. Of course, I don't think you have really any way of harming him all that much.
Not me, probably.
Well, you two have fun, but don't forget to do your job. I don't think your friends approve.
No.
Oh well.
What's our job again? That's a little fuzzy.
I have that effect on people.
I got to go deal with Dimalipa.
Specifically, utterly destroy her, or make her remember how good friends we are.
As I said, we have to deal with her.
Yes.
One way or another.
Wow.
So when do we leave?
Whenever you're ready.
Well, unless anyone has anything else to do here, I suppose now is as good a time as any.
I have no
Do we really have to
responsibilities
go
here.
back to that place?
Now that we know where Dimalipa is, we gotta get her.
We
Yes.
do have to, but
Didn't
we will try to make it
always
shorter there.
know where she was?
Now we know specifically where she is.
Well, I wouldn't say specifically.
Didn't we always know?
She
Never
said she was
mind.
under the bed, right?
Yeah, but we already knew that. You are... Never mind. This place is making everybody's head fuzzy. Okay. Do we just jump off or something? How do we not be here?
Well, if you must leave, there's a door right behind you. Turn
Oh,
around.
that makes sense.
Turn around, and there is again a sort of bright pink portal.
Bander's going to give a little bow. Sincerely, thank you for the respite from that tomb. Whatever the motivations, I do appreciate you offering a safe place for us to recover.
Float over to you, Ander, and lean in and give you a kiss on the cheek. You're always welcome here, Ander. Maybe next time we'll have a little bit more fun.
And just kind of turn around and walk through the portal.
Yeah, Talia's gonna say, yeah, thanks, and walk before Moridessa couldn't even respond.
I get for trying to be respectful. Ollie walks through and just sees Ander like, "Ugh."
Yeah, you're gonna need like soap and water for that.
Fireworks too.
Bleach, but they don't have bleach here.
Yeah.
I don't know. Vicar?
Well, you could probably make some.
Vicar's
but
used for
anyway,
cleaning.
it's not the point.
Okay. Bye, Mori. Someday you're gonna have to tell me what Odessa is. I still don't get it.
I'll show you next time.
I guess Sevgi's staying there, and Aquila.
Oh no, Seppi's going.
Oh,
I was gonna say, it's like Akila's processing things
Mhm.
still a little bit.
Aquila, before you leave, she will float back in your direction.
Mm-hmm.
She'll stand there and ponder for a second as you're processing what is going on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm very interested to see what you do with my friend here, and very interested to see the results you get. It's too bad I won't be able to. Well, I won't have a front row seat to this show.
You can't be there?
No. If I could, I'd deal with it myself.
I had wondered. Because I was curious why you were wanting to rely on us for this.
Well, we're all friends, aren't we? Speaking of
Aren't we?
friends, if you can convince Dimaliba to, well, join me once again. I am most easy to reach back in Rashgair. It's quite a ways away. But, well, if you can make friends with her, it should be an easy, very pleasant journey.
Do you want me to make friends with someone?
Oh yes, like I said, Dimaliba must only be destroyed if she can't be, let's say, converted to the Church of Moriadessa.
You have been watching us. You know I'm not the most personable one then.
I think you don't give yourself enough credit. We'll have fun.
When we were at the what was the name of that stupid mountain we were on?
The Sword Peak.
Yeah, that one. Like, you tried to make an offer to me. Giving me new people to call family.
Yes. You're also
Not a-
always welcomed here.
In moments, I regret not taking you up on that.
Well, it's a
And she's
standing
gonna
offer.
leave. Nope, she don't want to hear the rest of it.
Sure. Yeah. You just hear it's a standing offer as you trudge through the portal.
Mm-hmm.
Tessadrin kind of being pulled along with you.
Yeah.
As the other foreign badger of you, there's really no delay to Aquila stepping through. Just one by one in rapid succession, you all come through the same way you left, presumably walking out of the still closed stone doorway of the sort of false bedchamber in the tomb. Of course, that doorway leading back into the annex room, which was previously closed and barred by you and Moriadessa's help, as Persicus was trying to break his way into the bedchamber in pursuit of you.
Yeah, does it sound like he's still out there trying to get in?
Immediately, as you return here, there is no noticeable activity that you pick up on. Aquila, as you do step through, you notice there's still kind of this cold pain in your chest, and there is still dried blood down on your armor. There is not, however, any sort of puncture in your armor, however. And also, that bracelet, that sort of gold ornate sort of shackle, is still on your wrist, and you can see the chain fading out into the ethereal, but Tessadrin is not immediately with you. You are aware that you can activate it at any time and bring him back into this reality.
Okay.
For mechanic's sake, we will call that a bonus action.
Okay.
Likewise, you can dismiss him as such as well.
Now you see him? No, you don't. Now you see him?
I know.
Now you see him? No, you don't.
Yep.
Don't think it's not
Yeah.
tempting. It's
Pile
like,
on that
it's like,
humiliation. Yep.
well, again,
Mm-hmm.
he charmed her before.
Ander, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okie dokie.
Okay then.
No advantage against being charmed? Oh, well, it doesn't matter.
No. It was not a charm effect.
Let's say it's
Cool.
Yeah, okay. No, you're no noticeable change.
Okie dokie.
Yep.
Well, that's not disconcerting at all.
I mean, it's a 25. If you didn't beat it with a 25,
you weren't gonna.
I
beat
meant
it.
just that I needed to make a wisdom save for something.
yeah,
And only you.
yes.
Yeah, that's what's disconcerting.
Yeah.
So, the lot of you find yourself back in this false bedchamber of the tomb. To re-describe this place, it is a fairly large stone chamber with, well, the fixings of a large and lavish bedchamber, but they're carved from stone, the sandstone and marble otherwise seen in the tomb. The dressers, the vanity, the bed itself are all carved of stone. Now that you are back from the glistening hills, that pink sheer fabric that was draped around the four-post bed is no longer there. That was seemingly not part of the original tomb, which I'm sure came to nobody's
Shocker.
surprise.
Absolute shock.
And the doorway behind you does, as I said, appear to be sealed. You didn't spend much time in here before Moriadessa whisked you away, so what are you guys doing?
May I investigate the bed?
Yeah, it's like I wanted to investigate the whole room, but yes, the bed especially.
Aquila,
there might be stuff.
both of you, Aquila and Tali, go ahead and make me an investigation check. I'll say, Aquila, you're focusing more on the room in its entirety, and Tali, you're more focused on the bed.
Same score.
Well, we're equally as
Okay.
bad.
Well, you got a +5 on your investigation. I only have a +1.
Shush. We rolled the same in the end. It's like
So-
I'm supposedly good at it, but I'm not.
Have to flip back a few pages in my notes and see if there's anything that was missed here before. But basically, the bed is a large queen-sized bed. Oh, I pressed a button here. Well, while Roll20's freaking out. The bed is a large, sort of queen-sized equivalent stone bed.
Queen size.
It is, yes. It is. It's its own distinct piece of stone, but it is all one piece of stone. At least the rectangular bed portion, the post and the part on top of the posts is obviously a different piece of stone that was carved and placed into holes in the original in the bed. But it is all one large piece of stone. Large enough that it's probably not going to be pushed out of the way. At least not as a whole chunk. But you can see it is distinct from the floor. There is a there's a slight gap in between the bottom of the bed and the marble of the floor. Aquila, you can move around the room. You do notice, as I said, that the vanity, all the dressers, the closets, different tables and chairs and whatnot, they're all made out of stone. None of the drawers are real, so you can't really open up to see if there's anything in them. Some of the vases, it does look like there were at one point flowers in them, but the only thing that remains is pretty much dust in the bottom. Likewise, you do see a few glass jars that presumably had perfumes or scented oils or whatnot that currently just have this little sticky residue down at the bottom. You can see there are a few different just beauty items, combs and brushes made of ivory, and different precious gems and whatnot. Little pieces here and there that you can collect if you want to, that you might be able to sell or donate to a museum or whatnot, but you don't notice any sort of hidden chambers or anything other than a space that might be under the bed. In fact, anything that is up against the wall does look like it was actually carved from the whole bedrock down here, as opposed to being placed. As opposed to being its own distinct stone that was just placed inside the room like the bed was.
Jack said it.
Yeah.
You made it into a pun.
I did not. I just caught it.
Well, good thing Tali has her pickaxe.
Yeah.
It's a
In
good
this
thing
time-
that we don't have archaeologists with us.
Right. Well, I mean, there's Ander, but he's not really an archaeologist.
Nope.
He's given up
I-
his intellectual pursuit a while ago.
He's a hobbyist.
I would say he's just expanded it.
Yeah, sure.
Larger scope now.
Whatever makes you feel better.
In the time that you are looking around at these objects, Aquila,
Mm-hmm.
as you're looking around the chamber, you do hear the swirling of sand outside the door.
He's out there again.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
I'm pretty sure he never left.
Yeah, you're right.
How's he know that we're here?
Well, he probably.
We're back.
I mean,
Oh.
we locked him out.
Either way, we should probably
Okay.
get a move on.
Yeah.
Start picking away at the bed.
Okay.
Um,
Hmm?
you don't have to do that, by the way.
No?
No, I think that would take a really long time and make you really tired.
Um,
I could just ask Drutus for help if we want.
I'm also pretty sure
Defilers and
Moriadessa.
thieves.
Please do.
Can you give us a second, please? Weird voice. Sand guy. We're trying to have a conversation, and I still don't know what you're saying.
Let me also
it's-
reiterate, because it's been a couple weeks, the doors open outward.
Yeah,
Continue.
I know.
What were you gonna say, Ander?
I believe Moriadessa did mention something about you could just that Aquila would be strong enough to push the bed.
Oh, Aquila, looking at this, you know that is entirely false. She was most likely flattering
Oh.
you. This
Yeah.
piece of stone
Ah.
probably weighs 3 tons.
Yeah. It's like, as much as I appreciate your confidence in my strength, no.
Well, in that
I mean,
case, by all means,
Your
Shliva.
pickaxe or shatter? Yeah, we're
How long is
Shliva.
it going to take?
A couple of seconds, probably.
That's fine.
sweet.
Yeah, and it's not as loud as that other thing, and probably won't make everything collapse on us. No guarantees, though.
The door
I think-
begins to...
Please,
Okay, do it
let's
quick.
go then.
Do it quick.
Wait, so should we deal with that first, or should I do this now?
Get the bed open, please.
Do that now. Yeah,
Okay.
mine.
Yes.
I'm gonna move up to. This will be interesting because I'm not a dwarf. I do not know how structures work.
Yeah.
Presumably, this bed portion moves similarly to the statue thing in the other room. And presumably, what we are looking for is below the carved bed thing. So I'm going with those two assumptions. And I'm going to walk up, kneel down at the base of the bed, and attempt to cast Stone Shape in order to make a 5-foot passage through, to make a passage through to an open space of the stone that is less than 5 feet, at
Okay.
least 5 feet thick.
Yeah. Can you ping that for me? There we go.
Nope.
You touch a stone object of medium size or smaller, or a section of stone a section of stone no more than 5 feet in any direction. The bed is a lot larger than 5 feet.
I was gonna say, I thought that just meant it could apply to a section that's 5 feet.
Yeah, that's probably rules as intended. Yeah.
I mean, it's one of its effects says make a small passage through a wall as long as the wall is less than 5 feet thick.
Yeah, no, yeah. There we
Like,
go.
That's what I'm attempting to do here.
Yeah. I needed to
Effectively.
read down for example part. Okay, cool. Yeah, you can do that. Okay, 5 feet thick. Yeah, if you go to the sort of middle of one of the sides of the bed and just sort of push the stone out of the way. Now you can't just evaporate the stone. You have to displace it somehow. So you're going to be moving stone up and over and whatnot, and really deforming this bed. But you can push stone out 5 feet from the center of this bed.
So yeah, I give zero shits about archaeological
Sure.
integrity.
Yeah.
I have shown that.
Yeah, sure.
In
To be fair,
tenfold.
most of us have shown
Yeah.
that.
No problem. Yes,
Yeah.
you do so. You deform this large 3-ton stone block,
We
and
can fix it later.
in the center, beneath where it was, beneath this sort of 5-foot alcove that has been pushed out of the stone, you do see a small shaft that drops down. It looks like it's maybe 3 feet in diameter, and it does drop down. You'll have to take some time to look down and see what you see. As you do, however, the doors begin to creak open and sand begins flowing in through the crack as it continues to.
Shoot.
Is there anything around the or is there anything on this side of the door that could actually be used to bar it or hold it shut, or is
The
it
bed.
just smooth? Oh,
Other than the bed, that is the only object of considerable size that is not built out of the bedrock, carved out of the bedrock.
gotcha.
I want everybody from this point. I will point out that I'm going to be. Things are happening in near real time. If you need to have a meta discussion, call a timeout and we can do that. Otherwise, any conversation or silent pauses are happening in real time.
And the hole under the bed is obviously dark. Can I just do a quick, light cast on a small rock and drop it in? We can see what's in there.
You can run over to one of the stone dressers and just grab that ivory comb and cast light on it, drop it down the shaft. Yeah, it looks like it falls about 40-50 feet or so before it lands, and then is covered up. You see a shifting of sand, and it's covered up, and it goes dark.
Mm.
Oh, that's the sand down there is moving. It's about a foot drop.
Great. I don't know.
40-foot drop, you said, Jack?
40, 50.
Somewhere between 40-50 feet.
50.
Depth perception can get difficult in low light vision.
All right.
1 for 50, just in case.
Yeah.
Anders gonna. Oh, what are you about to say?
Yes, but you can do your thing first.
Okay. Anders putting a hand on Tali and Aquila and casting fly.
Okay.
So once again, the oily substance kind of forms around Anders' arms and slides, crawls down them onto the backs of Aquila and Tali, and all three of us sprout black oily wings. Someone grab Sevgi and let's get. Someone grab Sevgi and let's get down this hole. Or in Shliva, someone can either grab you or you can do your animal thing. Your choice.
This is never mind. Just reiterating, this shaft is maybe like 3 feet wide. So a giant eagle is not going to fit, but Shliva can, of course, just turn into like a dove or something and fly down. It's up to her.
gonna go ahead and jump down the hole.
Okay. And by jump, I assume you mean magically
Yeah.
glide down.
Glide,
Yeah.
I said
gently glide
grab
down.
someone.
Oh, I thought,
Tally jump.
I
Real time, baby. Tally jumped.
thought Akila was gonna grab Sebgi.
There's
Yeah, there's also Shliva and a badger.
Ander,
How-
you feel
Yeah,
a
we can-
presence pressing against your mind. Do you let it in? Interesting
Can
that
I
you just
tell-
got thought shield.
Can I tell who the hell it is?
That's not part of the ability. You feel a presence on your mind. And an attempt, at the very least, to communicate.
At the very least.
Can I make the assumption that if my powers come from Zadok, he could probably get through it?
What do you mean, get through it?
He is the shield.
Yeah, once you drop the shield and let them in, I'll have to read the ability again. But I think once you let them in, you can't really bar them access again. But
No,
let me- what
my question
specifically
was,
are you
can I
asking?
make the assumption that Zadok would be... wouldn't be able to keep Zadok out.
Oh no. If this was the doc trying to say something, you no. He is the shield.
Okay.
He can talk whenever he wants.
Right, okay. That was what I wanted to make sure of.
Gotcha.
In that case, no. Not at the moment.
Okay. Everybody else then, who is not Ander. This makes this difficult. Ander, I'm not going to make you deafen yourself because I don't think it's that important, but just be aware that you don't know any of this is happening because it's all happening in everybody else's mind. But everybody else you hear in your mind, welcome to my resting place.
Can everybody else understand it?
Yes.
Good. I don't have to play translator.
Everybody else hear that?
Coming to free me. I've waited so long.
You guys heard that, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
How much
I
does
heard
Sepki look
that.
like she's carrying? Do you have a lot on you, or not much?
Not a
other than
whole, not a whole lot. Like enough for, I guess, someone to carry me down. I guess.
Enough to be
Oh,
picked up.
Yeah.
If somebody wants to jump, I'll catch.
I'm gonna
Okay.
run over to Sevgi. Tell her to throw her arms around my, grab on, and go down the
Hug
hole.
tight.
Okay.
All right, I'll do that.
Yeah, without Sevgi resisting, Ander, you can, with your strength score, reasonably carry about 150 pounds. Now, I'm sure Sevgi weighs less than that, but with all of her equipment, you begin falling, and you do realize that she is, with all of her equipment, a bit heavier than your strength score, and therefore Arcane Flight can entirely keep up with. I want you to make me... this will be an interesting roll. Make me a charisma athletics check. Athletics
Huh.
with your charisma score.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
My expectation was to catch whoever was coming down the hole if necessary. Can I help, or is that
Sure.
just a purely on thing?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ignore that.
wait,
I
what?
clicked the wrong
Yeah,
button.
that didn't roll right.
I
PDF.
meant to click advanced dice roller, and I accidentally missed it and hit the one above it.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Ander's fudging his dice rolls now.
Not very well.
Yes.
Tully's helping.
Ander, yeah,
So would that give Andrew advantage, or
you begin.
do I roll?
No, he's basically going to fall on you, and you're going to absorb some of the damage. Because yes, Ander, you and Sevgi drop down, and you feel yourself struggling to exert the arcane force of your fly spell, and it means that you're falling considerably slower than just straight free fall, but you are falling rather than purposely gliding down. So it's basically going to cut your fall in half. So instead of falling 50 feet, I'm actually going to round it down this time to 20 feet instead of 30 feet. But, and it's d6, right? So it would be 2d6. Ander, you take 4 damage. Tali, you take 4 damage as the three of you sort of collide and crumple down into the sand at the bottom of this shaft.
One second. Before anyone else does anything.
You're kind of roboting there, Steven.
I said 1 second before anyone else does anything because I took damage, and that
Yes.
is a save
Yeah, your
concentration
con-
spell.
Yes, very good.
But I think technically that barely.
Yes, you needed a
Saved it.
10. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oof.
Fucking hate say when you roll the same number
Mhm.
on any. Oh.
Yeah. It's
But
always so
thankfully, you
disappointing.
still have wing, or you still have the spell.
Yeah.
Sammy, my lost daughter. It's nice to feel a familiar presence.
Oh.
Oh.
You carry a
Oh.
new one
Oh.
with you. Another wayward daughter looking for a place.
Nope.
You can find your place with me. You all can find a place with me.
I'd rather not.
I'm not Sahini.
That's Aquila.
You carry.
Get someone else
Is
to.
Tequila hearing that, or is that everyone but me?
Everyone but you.
Right. But anyway, Shliva, ready to go down?
I gave
Hold on a minute.
riches and privileges she
Oh my God, shut up.
experienced. I can offer you all so much more.
You done? Cool, got things to do. I'm waiting for you to say something, Jack.
Hmm?
It's like you're telling me we're supposed to be doing this in real time. I'm trying to do stuff.
Sure.
Shliva, are you ready to go down?
So, in accordance with the real time, not real time that we're doing here,
Yeah.
Yeah.
the moment that Anders said he was going to do something, Shliva was also in the middle of doing something.
Yeah.
And she also grabbed, she would have grabbed Krushka and gone down the shaft pretty much at the same time that Ander and Sevgi did.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Are you
I was
just
gonna
dropping?
pick-
Okay.
Oh, I was going to pick both of them up. Because I could probably carry that weight.
Are you still catching?
That was my thought.
Okay. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of you down there now. Shliva, you will take 9 damage, and Sevgi, Tali, and Ander will each take 3 damage, as there is just a pile of bodies that just slam down and crumple up at the bottom of the shaft.
In theory, if we were falling slower, wouldn't she have gone past us?
She'd hit into you and contribute to your own fall, yeah. She can't fall past you because there's simply not enough space. She would sort of hit you, compound your speed going downward, and you all sort of crumple down into Tali basically at the same time.
Poor Tolly at the bottom of this dog pile.
How much
So-
more damage was that?
Presumably,
3.
that's not additional damage being taken by Ender. Then
No,
So
it would apply at the
6.
same time, so the previous concentration save will stick.
Oh, good.
Yeah, because like
I
it
was
is
gonna
all
be so
happening at the same
annoyed.
time. So yeah, Shliva takes 9, and Ander, Tali, and Sevgi take an additional 3.
Oh. No offense, but could you guys move out of the way?
Uh,
I don't exactly want to. I'm coming down.
Sand begins to pour in as Aquila, just as you hop down this shaft, you can turn and see not Tessidrin,
No, I've got him with
Persicus'
me.
shield and spear ready, stomping into the chamber as you drop. So the rest of you
I've
down
got
there,
wings, so I'm not falling on top
right?
of them.
The rest of you down there scrabble out of the way as over the next 10 seconds or so, Aquila glides down and lands softly in the sand down here. You do notice that there is sand down here. Otherwise, it is pitch black.
with the comb. Oh, the comb got covered up.
Yes.
I cast Light on Tequila's sword.
Okay. The chamber lights up. Let me go ahead and place you guys
I'm gonna say
down.
because it's like, I'm gonna say Akil probably a little confused
Mhm.
because things weren't as dark as they normally would have been.
No. Yeah, for a little bit there, Aquila, you can see in dim black and white shades of gray, much easier than you could previously, knowing that it is pitch black down here, and then you are momentarily blinded as your sword flashes in brilliance and lights up the chamber.
Welcome.
You find yourself in
I could actually see without it.
You find yourself in a hexagonal. Every time I have to ask, what is the radius of the light spell? 20 by 20.
40,
20,
2020.
Yeah.
2020. But I did want to say, it's like, Shliva, I don't suppose you could seal that opening above us.
Nope.
Mm. Not even like
Here we go.
just directly above us.
No.
Oh, there's sand down here too. So
Oh
if we
yeah,
did seal the.
that's
Somebody
a
have
fair
a
point.
rock?
Hmm?
But yeah, I mean, if there's sand down here, then I don't see the point.
Yeah, no, you make a fair point.
If you would all like to move your battle map up
Oh.
up into the right,
Yeah, I see
you
it.
should see a new room here.
Dude, it looks like a face.
Sure.
With all
Tolly,
this
could you
lined up in
I want to ask Tolly to move the spell onto someone else because I benefit from dim light.
you, but then you won't be able to see.
No, I could see fine before.
Since when?
Now?
Well, okay. And I dropped the.
Well, you might want to move it onto like Sevki because she can't
Oh,
see in the
right.
dark.
You're missing
I'll
one,
tap
by the
on.
way, Jack.
I can
Who
move
am I
him.
missing?
Tolly.
I'm missing Tali. I thought I placed down Tali. Tali, where are you?
Where
There
am
you
I?
are.
Yeah, you put Ander down, but not
There
Tolly.
you go. There's Tali.
There I am.
There's Tessidrin. Oh. Can I move him? I
You
can.
should be able to. Yeah, awesome.
Oh, I can move him.
Cool.
And
I'm here next to Aquila and Sevki.
if you click on him, you should be able to see a red dot above his head.
Yes.
Let me go and plug his health in there so you can keep track of it.
Yeah,
Currently
because I
has
do.
82
I did-
HP. So if you click on that red button, you can just click minus whatever and it'll subtract.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it says right there. Cool, cool.
That should also work for all of your normal
Me.
characters because I
Yeah,
set that up for
I wish I'd
everybody.
known that before.
Yeah.
I hate that I didn't know that before.
So are we
been there.
moving the light aura onto Sevgi? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I now benefit from dim and dark
Sevgi.
light. I can move
What does
faster.
Sevgi have
I'm harder
that's
to hit.
small that I can light up?
You can light up the lightning talisman on her staff.
The Zorn
Oh,
poop.
perfect! Not the Zorn poop.
That is the Zorn
That is
poop.
the Zorn poop.
Yeah. Lighten it up.
Speaking
Sorry, Stephanie. I
of-
think I cut you off. I think you were also going to suggest something.
As I also could have casted dark vision on myself too, but I guess that
I
would.
know, I just
work.
didn't
One's a
want you to
cantrip
waste-
and one's a
do it.
second level spell, so
Yeah,
light's
I didn't want
probably
you
the
to
better.
extend the spell.
Yeah, good point.
You're welcome.
It's like, cantrip, second level spell.
Second level
Let's
spell,
go with the cantrip.
Yeah, considering I already blew one of my spell slots to get us down here.
And then kind of two of you kind of biffed it. It's not intentionally.
There's
no.
a slight trickle of sand falling from the shaft now.
Right.
So,
Move.
yeah. Can I investigate this thing in the middle here?
Sure.
Where's my spell sheet? Or no, there's character sheet.
Tali, you move up, and this looks like a.
Investigation.
Sure, roll me an investigation. But this looks like a
Hey!
sure with a natural 20. I wasn't even going to make you roll, but you notice
Okay.
that there is a raised stone platform raised up from this sort of however much sand is covering the floor here. It's a stone platform that raises up and has a large bronze brazier. It is ornate, but you don't notice any sort of arcane sigils or anything. It just has various different directions common to Demoliba Persicus and Ancient Sann'Kett, different geometric designs, symbols of those two, whether it be the lover's bell or the bird. Various other different motifs and whatnot. The brazier, however, doesn't look like it has anything in it except for this really thin coating at the bottom of just some sort of kind of foul-smelling, sticky substance. Presumably oil that has long since evaporated.
Ooh.
Aquila, as you move up,
Mhm.
and your newly found dark vision takes over,
Yeah,
you do see
nice.
the apex of the room forward in, and that is where you notice the two sarcophagi. Let me also point out, and this is probably important, I should have brought this up before, lining these walls, stacked right next to each other, are mummified remains.
Oh no.
Mm. Oh.
Just stacked shoulder to shoulder. Probably 2 per 5 foot square. All around this hexagonal chamber. They don't look magically preserved. They don't look, still fully alive as some preserved dead things have. But they do look well preserved, and they are wrapped nicely, and they are even ornamented quite nicely. They have various different necklaces of different precious metals and gems, rings, bracelets. Some of them even have fake wigs that have different head dressings and chains and metal hairbands and whatnot done up on them. I'll leave any supposition to you guys, but they do look quite ornate. But likewise, at the far end of this room, you do notice 2 sarcophagi. Tali, one of them is familiar. Seems familiar to you if only in a sort of vague reference that comes from having used your locate object spell
Yeah.
to find this sarcophagus. You haven't seen it before because locate object doesn't work like a scry, but you do recognize that this is the object that you attempted to locate. Both of these sarcophagi are standing up against the wall, side by side. They are quite ornate. They are the normal sort of rectangular sarcophagus, but carved into them, sort of embossed, is the humanoid representation of Demoliba and Persicus, done up in the royal dress and other accoutrement of ancient Sann'Kett. And again, painted in bright blues and yellows and reds, and even ornamented with different platings of gold and polished and beaten bronze, silver, and even in places inlaid with various well-cut and still gleaming precious gems. You do notice around both of them, however, are heavy bronze bands wrapped around the sarcophagus.
Would
I wonder if
there
those fancy
be...
mummies are the heiresses of Providence.
Mm,
Ouch.
I say, it's like, would we know of any significance of the bronze bands, or is it just to hold them closed?
Make a history check.
I was more, it's like, it's like, is there any deeper meaning to them, or is it just a practical sort of thing?
You can't think of any. You can't think of any other reason aside from just locking them down.
Okay, that's fine.
The sand's coming down pretty fast now, guys. What are we doing? Should we just like explode those things over there and leave?
To wake me from my slumber.
Now, feel something weird.
It's like, you didn't hear it.
I mean, I hear the voice.
I was gonna say, it's like, Andrew doesn't hear a damn thing.
What voice?
You don't hear that voice? It's
No,
been
I just
whispering
keep...
ever since we opened up the...
No.
It's her voice.
Disclosed to me.
He
Don't
says
let
your
it
mind is
in.
closed.
Unusual that a man would have such control over his thoughts.
Also, she's dissing you.
She said it's, it's weird that you can control your thoughts.
What?
She said it's weird for a man to be able to control his thoughts.
Who said?
Shame, really.
Demoliba. That's definitely hard.
She's in our heads right now. We can hear her voice.
Ah.
Get along quite well.
Don't open your mind to her. Just don't.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on it.
I'm just
She's
letting you
kinda
know.
distracting, actually.
To discuss.
Well, we can discuss it from here.
What?
These ones? Pointing at some of the corpses.
No, because there are corpses there. Not moving there.
There's corpses everywhere.
Look at this bottom corner right here. What is that?
There is a door there, similar
Okay.
to all of the previous large stone double doors that you've seen previously in the tomb. Likewise, Ander, yes, this pressure sort of against the back of your mind does not relent. You can continue to keep your mind shut, but it continues to try to push in.
Push, push.
can't spell presence. There we go.
I don't need to have a conversation.
She's kind of distracting, actually. We need to focus.
Yeah, she was talking when I was trying to jump down. It's really annoying.
That is concentration.
We're just supposed to destroy the thing, right? I
I
think
really
so.
don't want to be
Ready
down
to-
here anymore.
It's destroy her completely.
Yeah.
The
sure.
trickle of sand from the shaft begins to slow,
I'll
and then the
point out
sand
the one that's there.
over here begins to darken
Ah man. Oh,
Mm,
he's here. He's here. It's that one
and begin
behind him
to
that's familiar. The
pull.
whatever one it is. Shoot.
yeah. He was always going to be here.
Akila, you might want to bring out your new friend.
Yeah, I suppose so. Oh, don't call him my friend. Yeah, I guess I will summon Tessidrin.
Okay. Place him where you would like within 30 feet of you.
Where I would like that's nowhere. But
I will say wherever you would like, anywhere south of the brazier.
okay.
No. That would have
He
been funny.
can go
Just have
there. He can go there.
You must not proceed. Do not fall to her.
I'm sorry, that just made me think he was falling asleep.
Yep.
That
Just the way he said it.
Persicus is saying that.
Yes.
Yeah.
There was a definite stutter as it was difficult for him to finish that sentence, and may not have even finished what he was going to say.
Well, that sounded different than what he was saying before.
He's too close.
She has him controlled. Not by choice. So
Seek the company.
no.
Glance over at Ander.
Someone who is not old and ragged. Someone
Cool.
to be my king again.
Oh, never mind. He doesn't count.
So which one of these coffins is the one that looks familiar? Is it the one on the left or the one on the right?
This one.
Left. Cool. I'll point that one out. They're like, that's the one. That's the one that I located.
I was just saying, wouldn't it? One of them would have her face on it.
That is my resting place.
Ah, cool. I was right.
Come release me. And you will know
No, I don't want to.
riches and pleasure you have never imagined.
Ah, no. I know what it is like.
I have enough. Thank you. I could just shatter this whole room.
No, we're in it.
We can back out of that door behind us, and I'll just
I
shatter.
don't
it,
know
bring-
what's in there.
Ah, dang, you're right. Didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Once more, you do see Tessidrin on his knees, his black, sort of scraped up wings folded over himself as he is just sort of peeking in past one of his wings over at Aquila.
God damn it, stand up at least.
He slowly stands up, his shoulders slumped forward again, still looking at you.
Damn. She whipped him good.
Kind of almost feel sorry for him.
I
Not
don't.
quite. Almost.
Is that
Hmm.
Speak.
I was trying to think of the phrase I want to use.
Piss her off or something.
Huh? Oh, she's
I said
asking who he is.
Oh,
Aquila, as you were pausing, looking about this room, you see 6 of the mummified remains along the walls, their eyes just slightly glowing.
Hey, Ender? Could you do some magic vision real quick? I mean, it's not surprising, but yeah.
You
Mostly just-
must
I
leave now. Return before.
Oh no. Yeah, sorry, Persicus. We have to do our job.
Too dangerous.
Yup.
Is the weird sand guy still trying to talk to us? My head
Yes.
really hurts.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult when there are multiple people in your beings in your head.
We're trying to stop her.
And one of them sounds like she's a snake.
Yeah, he already offered us to take his place. I don't really want to.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna try to get out this door now.
Let's see what spells I have.
Shliva, you want to walk down to the door and try to open it up?
Yes.
Okay.
How bad is it?
Shliva, make me a strength check, because these are, again, quite heavy, large stone doors. A 3. Yeah, you give a tug on these doors, and whether it just be the weight of the stone or the buildup of sand underneath, you give them a tug and they don't budge.
All right, Ender. Do you still think it's a good idea to take it back to the ladies? Ah, them. No.
Disciples, the only true children of the sun.
Yeah. You want to take her back to them now? I can't hear you.
I don't know what conversation you're having that would change my opinion, but
Oh, that's right. You can't hear it. But no, it turns out the ladies you made friends with, she's aware of them.
The other
right.
heiresses of Providence.
they didn't seem to be aware that she was vocal, so it's a one-way street.
Mhm.
And she doesn't have to be vocal when we return them to her. Probably better for us if not. I imagine trying to get her functioning there would be difficult.
What?
I'm saying yes, I still think it's a good idea, but we can shut her up beforehand.
Oh, yes, that's really something that can be done. I don't get what you're what you want to. I don't understand why you favor them so much.
Well, once again, you also kind of have things
And yet-
influencing your opinion.
And yet I've made a decision that could destroy her rather than take her back.
Yeah.
You're
There's
sticking
compounding.
You're sticking much more solidly to wanting to take her back.
Frankly, you've made a couple decisions that make me question your judgment. So, glances at Tessidrin.
Sister.
No, don't need the sisterhood. I have a family already.
Cherish you.
We do.
Decisions.
Yeah, well, sometimes I make bad decisions.
I'll question each other. We don't do that.
So you remember how I said that this place was making us fight with each other? I changed my mind. I think it's this lady.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Oh, she know my name.
She's in your head.
I have plenty of family.
Ooh.
Not, by blood, but
Do they do?
Hey.
Well, that's not.
okay, that's fine.
See, amuses them.
What?
I'm very amusing.
Yeah,
Fun.
honestly. We enjoy having you around,
See, well, that's a
Tali.
bad thing.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Akila.
I mean, it's part of what we enjoy about you is that you're honestly much lighter than the rest of us.
Anders just looking around, so very confused.
What's wrong?
What about him? No.
Striking.
She's trying to get us to join her.
She's. Yeah. Have you met him?
Likes you, Ander.
Well,
Regent.
No.
This world has never seen.
I don't particularly want to rule an empire.
so I realize y'all are having some secondary conversation that I'm not a part of, which I'm fine with. What do we do about the current situation? Because there's still an, Sand King standing between us and the coffin, which,
He's not doing anything at present.
yes, and I'm sure if we make any motion closer, that'll change.
You can see
And-
his brow is furrowed. In every other instance you've seen Persicus, he has been stone-faced. But he is clearly caught between two competing programmed
Interests?
orders. Yeah, interests. Looking
And-
between all of you, turning just slightly to look back at the sarcophagi. Looks like on occasion he does try to speak up, but it just releases a low mumble.
As if we set Persicus' body free.
So So what is the history between you and Mori Odessa? She knows you.
Maybe she knows her by a different name.
Entirely possible. Who? What? Yeah, I mean, 2,000 years have passed, so a lot. Whether you know her by that name or not, she said that she wanted you two to be friends again. She said you were sisters. Yes, she did call you the much younger one. Nope.
She joined.
I doubt it. At least it's going about as well as I expected. I mean, it doesn't seem like you're actually slumbering because you're talking to us. Yeah. Fair question. Don't worry about that another day. Mm-hmm.
You can do.
Aren't we kind of nobodies?
That was not in Akila's accent. I am not responding to it.
Oh, I know. It's just one of those. It's like we kind of nobodies. It's just like.
If I look back at the door, can I see Shliva? Does she have the door open yet?
No.
She's just standing there.
Done talking to the dead lady now?
Yeah, I think so. This is not very productive.
So, back to the question of what are we going to do with this situation? Because
Well,
that
she-
thing
that-
sound.
Well, she says she doesn't know who Moriadessa is, so that makes things
Okay.
harder.
Why does that make things any different at all? I didn't know who Moriadessa was until...
Just a little bit to go.
Sure. Time's weird.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Moriadessa seemed to made it sound like they did know each other. It's a lot harder to talk to somebody when, they don't know who you're talking about.
Aquila, make an insight check, actually.
Okay. Nope.
Even with an 11, Persicus, as he's switching, looking at each of you and back at the sarcophagi, he does linger the longest on Tessidrin.
She's lying.
Mm-hmm.
That box seems locked up pretty good.
Hmm.
How are we going to open that?
I mean, I could open it in a couple of seconds if we really wanted to.
How is she perceiving us?
Maybe she can just sense our presence in her chamber?
Maybe. Do you think she's seeing us through his eyes?
That could be a thing.
Well, assuming the sense I keep getting was her talking to you guys, she was talking to you way before we were face to face with him.
Well, as I said, seeing us through his eyes. Yes, I agree. She was aware before we were down here. Before he was in front of us.
Well, either way, I don't see how that changes our situation. I'm all for being curious, but I don't know if this is really the time or place.
We got to figure out what to do here.
Now,
That sounds like the worst idea.
Well, I mean, we're going to destroy her somehow.
True.
Everyone but Ander and Shliva, make me a charisma saving throw.
Advantage on that or no?
Yes, Tali, you would have advantage. This is a charm.
Siphon charisma?
Yeah, you can do that. You can use Tessidrin's charisma save.
Well, because he has a +8.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Oh. Oh, wait, but Shliva didn't have to make the save.
No, actually, Shliva did not have to make the save.
That is a save for Krushka.
That's a save for Krushka. Right. Cool.
Oh, Krishka.
And actually, I think Ander does need to make the save. Ander, you just don't have any context for why you're making the save because you can't hear her, but Thought Shield doesn't prevent you from being
No.
charmed. So, yeah, Ander, go ahead and make that save. Again, with advantage because of your stupid elf cheatiness. All right.
Woohoo! Didn't even need it.
Krushka
Yeah.
begins
we won.
slowly sort of plodding, creeping towards the sarcophagi. Moving past, moving not the way that Tessadrin is, because she wants nothing to do with him.
Can't completely blame her.
But Shliva, you know that Krushka's beginning to move off. If you want to do anything.
Yeah, I would have liked to before she got that far.
Well. Do you just want to, like, grab her by the collar and hold her back?
Pretty much.
Okay. There is some fight to it, some tug, but you are her friend and companion and perhaps even, master. And she will begrudgingly stay next to you, but there you feel an intense curiosity to just wander off that direction.
Your Badger's acting a little weird there.
Yeah, I don't want to be here anymore. Can we not be here anymore? Or at least do what we came here to do in the first place?
No, we have to finish this one way or another.
I'm not afraid of you. I just don't want to be in this hole anymore. Okay. Yeah, I like forests better. Sand is gross.
That's
Of
irritating.
course, and it's
It gets everywhere.
It's pretty cool, I guess. How do I let you out?
Good question.
Things that hold me.
Oh, the shiny things? I can do both of those, yeah. Wait, this door? Which door?
don't let her out.
How does a door hold you?
Turn this stone, just you are now.
I don't think it's quite the same thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna move up.
What happens if we let Persicus out? Did say he was bound. Maybe this is it.
Yeah, but that probably just means we're going to have to fight him.
Or it unbinds him and he just, helps us fight her.
I doubt that's what will happen.
Shliva, as you approach, you know that Krushka is, seems to be quite amiable to moving in the direction with you, no longer fighting against your, command to stay seated, but kind of doing the happy dog on the leash thing, where she's kind of pulling you along. As you get to about there, however, you do notice that Persicus, who's up to now has just been standing in sort of guard position, spear up, shield just kind of loosely in front of him, does turn to you, move his shield in front, and just start to bend his spear towards you, but doesn't quite get it in readied position. And there is clearly a confrontation playing across his face.
Okay,
Don't let her out, Shliva.
I'm gonna move by you now. Don't stab me.
Don't falter.
I still don't know what you're saying.
That's true.
I can translate, but it won't too much.
He does move a
He's
step
telling you not
forward.
to fall to her.
I don't know what that means. I failed
Uh,
to get down here already.
Yeah, I think he means don't open it.
Don't open what?
The box, the stone box.
You move up next to him, and he does. His eyes do follow yours, his brow furrowed. If he could sweat, he probably would be. And there's a trembling to his spear hand. But you step on past him. A new
Wait.
era.
Leave us. Stop.
Stop what?
Don't do what she wants you to.
What who wants me to?
The lady who's been talking in your head.
Which one?
He is
The whispery one.
jealous, and they are fools. You need not be down here any longer, yet they keep you here against
Look, we
your
went
will.
out too.
They fight and bicker. True sisters show only love and support.
That's bullshit.
We're discussing difference.
Don't have any frame of reference for that, but
That's a
probably.
lie. Siblings fight all the time.
I don't know.
They do?
They do.
So which do you want me to do first, lady? Do you want me to destroy this guy so you can have another guy? That's what you were talking about, right? I wasn't really paying attention. You're all grady and my head is all foggy and I don't really know what's going on here.
He matters not.
Mm. Hmm.
If I let you out, is he going to be a problem?
Doubt.
Not to you, to me.
Since forgotten the love shared with
Seems like he got a pretty raw deal out of it.
Is it the same kind of love that the blonde lady was talking about? I don't really know what that is.
support.
Hmm.
If it's anything like the previous one, it's prosperity only for one group.
It's not for
I'm
the
not
other
sure I
group.
would.
Generates.
It's kind of mean.
Yes.
Hmm?
It's not about what I get out of it. Yeah.
Mm. Okay, I have an interesting idea.
Okay.
As Persicus did say he was bound, but when I cast Dispel Magic on him earlier, it was on, I guess, his sandy self, not his like actual body. I think if I should cast it on his actual body and see what happens.
The one in the box. It's an idea.
Hmm. I mean, it's right there. I might as well give it a try. All right, let's see here.
So Tali, what if anything are you doing? What if anything is anybody doing?
I'm going to cast Dispel Magic on the sarcophagi.
On Persicus sarcophagus.
Persicus. Yeah,
Okay.
She'd like to do it on Persicus, but
the sarcophagus is closed. I'm clicking this, but I don't know why it's not popping up now.
So you could choose to dispel magic on the sarcophagus itself,
That's fine.
or you can direct the dispel magic to any object within it. But since you don't have line of sight, you don't know what, if anything, is in that box. You don't need line of sight, but it would be a choice between the sarcophagus itself or if he is inside. Because they are two
Ooh, that's a
distinct
good point.
go for the thing inside the
entities.
box. What's in the box?
Yeah, I'll go for whatever is in the box. Yeah.
Okay. What spell level are you casting it at?
Let me see what spell slots I have. I mean, I have all
All
of
of
them.
them?
But how many? Yeah. Let's see, do I want to do 4th or 5th? I'll do 5th level just to play it safe.
Okay.
Oh, you're big level.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Roll a d20 and
Yeah.
add your wisdom. D20 plus 3. There is no noticeable
15?
effect. You release a
Well, yeah, same as
a
always.
disruptive ripple in the weave towards whatever may be inside Persicus's sarcophagus, and you get no feedback, but you never do, and there is no immediate discernible effect, a change in your situation.
What is Persicus? Oh, Persicus just looks the same then.
He pretty much looks the same, yeah.
Okay.
His eyes do sort of flash from Shliva back over to you, Tali. But other than that,
The different Persicus? Probably doesn't understand me anyway.
no, he doesn't.
Okay, well, gave it a try.
Even more of the mummified women, they are all women, though it would be hard to tell after so much time. Even more of them, their eyes are glowing at this point.
Mm,
Several of them at this point.
so. Anybody else notice the glowy bitches?
Anybody else what?
Notice the glowy bitches?
Yeah, I see them.
My sisters rejoice at the return of their queen.
Return. Haven't you been here this whole time?
Bring me forth so I may greet you and shower upon you my favor and welcome you into my sisterhood. My faithful who have stood with me through the passage of time can finally take their rest when I am gone. Bring me from these chambers.
I'm gonna move up a little bit.
Okay. Persicus slowly turns his head from Shliva towards you, sort of fighting against a lot of things.
Sure.
Oops, that was an accident. Ignore that.
We need to do. I'm sorry, you go ahead.
If I break the thing, I let her go. But if I break the thing, maybe we can do what we came here for. I know you haven't been able to hear her or whatever, but I don't know what to do.
Unless we have some way to destroy her inside the box.
Yeah.
We need not be enemies. I may have slumbered for a long time, but I once controlled powers you could not know.
Yeah, that's why I'm hesitating.
Were they powers from him? Going over at Tessagrin.
is that?
Oh, okay. Some borrowed help, I suppose.
Yeah. Is it familiar?
Explicitly not mentioning the name, or is that
What do you mean? I said Tessidren.
No, you
you
haven't.
haven't said it to her?
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I forgot.
Yeah, you've been being like coy about it the whole time, and I think it's now just become your default way to communicate.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I don't mean to.
Like every time Jack has tried to prompt you for it, you've danced around it.
I'll admit the first time was probably intentional. Every time after that, not really. I'm sorry. His name is Tessidren? Oh, is that what you knew him as?
No. Cannot be. What trickery are you attempting to foist upon me?
Man. I am not a deceptive person. I'm not good at it. Terrible liar. But you're already in my head. You should be able to know I'm not lying about it.
I don't think that's how this works.
I don't know how it works.
I mean, Ander doesn't read our minds when he talks to us this way. Tali doesn't read our minds when she talks to us this way.
They're just talking to us, though.
Yeah.
Might be different.
How? I think we're making assumptions.
Well, she knew our names. We didn't tell them to her.
I did mention your name when we first got in here. I
Yeah,
don't
we
know
kind
if
of know
anyone
each
did.
other's names all the time. And if she knows about those hairdresser ladies, then maybe they told her about us. That
I
would
don't.
make a lot of sense, maybe.
I don't think they knew about all of us. I think Anders making assumptions. Well, not all of the details.
Okay.
So, how do you know Tessidren? Talking to the voice.
You're kidding? He was on the altar.
No, I didn't notice that. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, that's just the letters rearranged. They do that. We also met, the first time we met him, he was going by Nedritz.
You know Moria Dessa just by a different name.
Probably.
So could it be?
Well, It's not.
Oh.
That's what I thought. Yeah. It's not exactly a friendly arrangement.
Yeah, he's actually serving Moriadessa.
Moriadessa.
I think of other ways. Deciamora? Do you know her by Deciamora or Sabri?
It's called a binding.
It's your enslavement.
Nope.
The father serves no one.
He does
There's
now.
Moriadessa.
You would have to ask her, honestly. Because she overpowered him, I'm going to guess.
Is the one
Bring
that
her to me.
friends.
Yeah, no, she said that she would be at a different place.
Then bring me to her.
Why? Why should I bring you to her?
Serves no one, and yet you claim her as his power.
It's more complicated than that.
I lost his favor long ago. Stolen from me.
Mhm.
Is this why?
Look, she got her power from him too. But then she turned the tables.
How?
Yeah, she doesn't give straight answers, so. Not sure she even gives gay answers.
Release me so I may look upon his downfall with my own eyes. And so I may witness the one who usurped him.
That's a good enough reason for me.
No, don't. Oh, well,
I mean, it's got to be open at some point.
I know, that's the thing. It's like we have to get it open at some point, don't we?
Okay. Shliva, yeah, you approach the sarcophagus. And see, Persicus does turn and follow you, sort of stiff and jagged in his movements. It looks like he's physically being torn between two very strong needs that are mutually exclusive, pulling against his mind, but is unable to really react.
You doing okay there, Sandman? It looks like you're crumbling a little bit.
He can't understand you, and you can't understand him, but he will reply. Do not.
I'm gonna cast Stone Shape on the sarcophagus.
Okay. What level spell is that?
Fourth.
It's hefty.
The stone of this sarcophagus resists manipulation.
Aw.
Anything else happen when I touch it?
It sort of shakes a little bit. Your magic trying to influence it. Make an Arcana check for me.
Can I just not?
Sure, you can just not. Yeah, you don't know what's going on. It shakes for a little bit, and your magic doesn't work.
Is there some kind of latch on the side or anything?
I mean, it looks like a sarcophagus would look, presumably a large stone basin with a stone lid just sort of placed on top of it. It's probably fitted snugly, but supposedly the only real latch would be the 4 bronze bands that are stripped across the entire thing. Otherwise, you could probably just, with some strength and effort, pull the lid off of the sarcophagus.
Okay.
I guess I'll move up 2 and see about those bands.
Okay. You do indeed see them. Now, what about would you like to do?
Does there seem to be any way to get them off?
They are riveted in an entire circle around.
Okay.
They're slightly worn, but not as worn as you would expect them to be. Go ahead and make a perception check, actually, with your much more acute vision. And
Yeah, sure.
yeah,
Acute.
never mind.
Look, it's still dim light.
Yeah, it's still dim light.
I cast light for you, but you didn't want that.
Well, because it didn't actually change anything, I was just using that as like that's why it rolled poorly.
But I mean, presumably it is bronze and warns bronze. Your weapons could probably over a few whacks just cut through these strips of metal. At the time, they were probably quite sturdy, but you're dealing with magic enchanted elemental metal.
My
at this
fancy
point.
swords.
Far surpass the durability and sharpness that bronze can hold.
I'm pretty sure my stick with a pointy rock tied to the end of it isn't going to be able to do shit about.
I was gonna say that's right. We never gave her back the other pointy stick.
Yeah, I have it still.
Yeah, see, that's why I tried to just make the lid disappear. It didn't work though.
I have my pickaxe still. If we want to pick it open.
Are we going to do this?
I mean, we kind of have to.
That last argument was pretty good. She just wants to see the guy.
I'm looking at the others.
I don't know if. Oh, we got to open it anyways at some point. It's just
Ender.
gonna happen.
We either open it and deal with her, or we cave this whole place down on top of it and hope that no one finds it.
All right, then I guess we open it and deal with her.
Let me remind you, Ander, because nobody's made a compelling argument otherwise. Deal with her does mean bring her back to the Weavers, in your mind.
More.
Okay. It didn't come across as such. I just wanted to remind you. So let me ask, because she's the only one who hasn't really had an input. Sevgi, do you have any input on this situation?
I think we just go ahead, I guess.
Okay. So what are we doing?
Guess I'm
Open it in
taking a whack at the
sarcophagus.
box.
Okay, you would like to attempt to break these bronze bands.
Yep.
Okay. If you would just like to whack away with your swords, go ahead and make me an attack roll.
Okay.
Surprisingly, And this
Yeah.
this first whack does not hit strong enough to really do any discernible damage to the iron. Not iron, the bronze.
Not rolling well today for
No,
the
you're
most
not.
part. Oh, that's better.
Okay. Interesting. Persicus does turn sharply towards you as you strike against the bronze bands and starts to lift his leg as if he's going to trudge over to you, but grits his eyes and doesn't seem to be able to move. The second attack does slash into one of these bronze bars and bands and dents it a bit, cuts into it a bit. I presume you want to just keep hacking away.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not gonna make you roll for
Thank you.
every whack, but I'm going to see how not Tessitrin, how Persicus is doing with
How
this whole
Percy's
situation.
handling it.
Yeah, he keeps rolling pretty much the same way.
Yeah. So he's got disadvantage on those?
No.
Oh, I see. He's rolling and then again.
I will go over what's going on in Persicus' mind in the after show.
Okay. Because he keeps rolling a high and then a low.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, you know what? I need to remember the wording of these effects that he's under real quick. Yes. Okay. I did indeed misinterpret that last one. He does turn towards you. You get another couple whacks in, and he does stop and pause and sort of, he's torn for a bit. But he does sort of break through and turns towards you, lowering the spear. I must stop you. Do not. She must rest still.
Other people are coming for her regardless.
Don't understand. Do you keep hacking away?
Yeah, I feel bad for the guy, but yeah.
Okay. Everybody roll me initiative.
I need to stop starting fights. Oh,
Initiative. There we go.
do I roll for
Oh.
Tessitrin too?
Yes, you do. Yeah.
Okay.
He acts on his own initiative.
Yeah. Fair. What's he doesn't have an initiative thing.
It should be, because NPC sheets are different.
Yes.
Just to the left of where it says multi-attack under actions. Or just to the right
there it is.
of where it shows his armor class. There you go. Okay.
Yes. That's better.
Okay.
Who
am I missing? Am I missing anyone? Right. right, I should probably roll for... Did I? Did I not? Thought I did.
Heiresses of Providence.
Because her token isn't on the board.
Yeah, it's showing what's his face.
Oh, right. I didn't give her one. I need... Actually, you know what? Before we get into initiative, this is probably... Before we get into what's going to happen during this initiative, now's probably a good time to take a quick break.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's
Yeah,
do
I'll do
that. I will get the initiative actually properly set up, get Demaliba a token, and then we can figure out what is going on. Very interesting thus far. Okay, so we will be back in just a little bit. I actually have some music to play during the intermission. It's just, right now, it's just a single, 2-minute track that's going to be on repeat, so I hope you enjoy it.
If you don't, well,
Yeah.
that's your problem.
I'm working on it. Okay, so we will be gone for, I don't know, 5-10 minutes or so, depending on how long this all takes. We will be back, and then we'll see how this is all going to happen. I'm really interested. We seem quite torn between diplomacy and just wrecking it, so we'll see which prevails. All right, stick with us. We'll be back in a couple minutes. and welcome back to the People's Ascension. We are about halfway through our episode today. It's been an interesting one thus far, having just gotten back from the Glistening Hills of Ecstasy and Moriadessa's domain there, Aquila having taken the deal to sacrifice a piece of her heart and somebody she cared about in order to gain the service of Tessadrin, the previous Lord and Master of Moriadessa, somehow connected to Dimaliba and now revealed to at one point have been Dimaliba's Lord and Master.
So annoyed that you didn't let me know who it was that died. Who I killed.
She's gonna have to go figure that out.
Swear to God, it better not be at her ass.
Nah, we'll see.
That's what it be.
Oh.
If it is,
Who else
that's
do you
gonna be.
care about enough?
Technically, she has quite a few people.
Sure.
You just haven't met
rest
any
her
of them,
back.
but at her ass.
But with that deal having been struck, yes, Tessadrin is now the subjugated and dominated Tessadrin is now under the temporary loaned service of Aquila. And yep, pretty much. And then they drop down into the proper resting place, the tomb proper of this burial structure, this whole tomb, where Dimaliba and Persicus are actually interred and have been having a rather drawn out and rather interesting mental conversation that Ander is in no way a part of because he won't let her in.
I'm happy about that or not.
Yeah,
I feel
Yeah.
like I could have sped this up, but
Yeah.
it's nice not have to listen to her.
I suppose. I suppose.
I mean, at the same time, your insight or it's like your input would have been nice.
Yeah,
So
I
I'll-
just wish there were a couple moments where it was.
Oh, I
I
know,
felt like
there
I
were
could have made a
moments where
comment about Zadok.
Yeah, well, it's like there were
Like,
moments where I
ah.
definitely kept waiting for you to say something that's like, oh, right, he can't hear it.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Can't hear nothing that she says.
And we'll leave how compelling any of her arguments may have been to each of you individually. But Shliva and Aquila eventually realized that you're gonna have to open up this sarcophagus eventually, and no matter what you do afterwards, you guys did start hacking away at the bronze bands that covered the sarcophagi, presumably locking them in. After a few swings, Persicus did take offense to such action, being thus far torn between Dimaliba's compulsions and the compulsions, presumably, of the tomb builders. However, this last act, he seems to have been enough to break that stalemate, and he is, well, now looking towards Aquila and Shliva with the intent to stop them. And this is where we jump into initiative. This is where we find ourselves.
Yeah.
And you know what? Just because it
Hey.
could be important,
Oh, battle map. Battle cam.
I am already on the battle cam,
Oh, okay.
actually.
Well, I was asking if
There
I
we
was
go.
asking if you were switching.
But I need to add this. There we go.
How come Dimaliba has 2 initiatives?
Does she?
Does she?
One says 5, one says 22. I'm talking about on the side, not on the actual
Oh,
list.
is that where that went? Yeah, I rolled, and then she didn't have a token, so I didn't put it up there, and then I forgot. I will give her that original 5.6.
Good.
Yes.
Not that it really
That makes
matters
me
until
feel
you break
a
her
little
out.
bit better.
Yeah.
Hey, how's she still in front of me?
Okay.
Oh no, wait, that's a different token now.
Oh, yeah. 3 of you rolled the same thing with the same modifier.
No, one of
Is
those.
that what happened there?
One of those has Persicus' token.
Yeah, one has Aquila, one has Queen Dimaliba.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Aquila, just roll a d3 for me.
Okay.
by the looks of what happened, if I am playing
2.
investigator here real quick, it looks like you still had Persicus' token selected when you rolled Dimaliba's initial initiative, which is why Persicus has a 3 place,
I
even
thought that it was
though
basically just a
he
duplicate.
should have
Yeah,
a 15.08.
There we
it's
go.
not on there.
That
There it is.
that
Okay.
does that.
Cool. Then I'll just stay where I am.
Sure. Why not?
Oh,
I'll give
okay.
that to you.
She's still in the box right now.
Yeah. Okay. Everybody should be in the proper order now.
Yep.
Okay. So we drop into initiative with Tali, though I'm not sure. Make me an insight check
Oh, okay.
to see if you really
Let's
notice
see.
that
Insight,
Persicus is getting ready to jump, because thus far he's been fighting with himself. A 15? Yeah, you do catch that he is tensing, and the confrontation between himself is starting to lessen. So you do notice that he's probably about to act. You don't know in what way, but he is about to do something
Okay.
towards the whole
Well.
Aquila Shliva people in a box situation. So I will leave that to your discretion.
People in box
Okay.
situation.
I'm just gonna cast bless on everybody.
Okay.
Let me get that.
Except for
on everybody, can you do that?
It's on Aquila, Sevgi, Ander, me, and Christian. Not Christian, Shliva.
Are you
I'm gonna cast
upcasting
their
for
level.
that? Okay,
Yeah,
you're casting at 3rd level. Gotcha.
That way they can all be blessed. Oh, jeez, this chair.
So you said basically everybody but Tessadrin and enemies.
Tessa doesn't need help.
It's fine. She'll be alright.
So sorry, that means Aquila, Ander, Sevgi, Shliva. Is Krushka in there? What was that? You keep cutting out with your one-word answer.
Dang it. No, she's not in there.
Okay, gotcha.
Good, you're shaking your head.
Yeah. No. Yeah, so everybody gets extra 1d4 with their attack rolls and saving throws.
Okay.
Andor.
Yeah.
You guys keep up on that. Mark that as you need. You should be able to do so.
Can?
And I'm going to... Dang it, I had the wrong thing. There we go. I'm
How
going
do
to
you
scoot a
do
little
that?
closer. Yeah.
If you click on your token and immediately below you, there's that little circle within a circle, kind of looks like a joystick.
Oh, okay.
If you click on that, there's a number of symbols you can put. So tell if
Right,
you want to
okay. I
pick a
thought there was
symbol.
something you were saying that like mechanically would make it just okay.
I mean, on Roll20, you can set up a global global modifier for your attacks and saves, if you wanted to do that.
No, too lazy right now.
Is that what these 3 squiggles are for?
I'm guessing
That I see
so.
popping up.
Okay. Oh, I
Just
can do
so
squiggles.
everybody has the same
I was
symbol.
going to pick the lightning. Whoops.
Don't X yourself.
Dolly's
It was
dead!
an exit. I thought that was the exit from that little thing. Yeah.
I almost clicked that one.
Okay. Anything else from you, Tali?
Nope, I just screwed it up. And then also I think this is Ander here that needs to bless himself. A little symbol on his token.
There you go, Andrew. I
Anders
did it for you.
Okay.
Okay.
Freeze beat.
Steven likes to be
Village down with
difficult and
all
use
of you.
Roll20.
We are using Roll20.
Or, I mean, D&D Beyond. I always do that.
I know
Okay,
what you mean.
moving on to Shliva.
Okay.
Oh god.
Do I notice?
Air.
Do I notice Sandman doing stuff?
Let's see. Where are you? Shliva, passive perception, 14. Yeah, since you're not the one hacking away at the strips, you can kind of keep an eye on the area. Yeah, you notice that Testrin is about to, lunge,
Cool.
supposedly. Prospectively.
Potentially.
Potentially, that's the word I was looking for. I know it started with a P.
Okay.
That's what I was going for.
I was just there.
Sorry,
I was just
Christian.
thinking another keyword.
Continue.
Sorry.
I'm going to cast Beast Bond on Krushka, and I'm going to tell Krushka to attack.
Okay. Two. Nice.
21 points of slashing damage.
21.
Nice.
Okay, 21 points of slashing damage. Gotcha.
That's my turn.
All right. On initiative count 20. Nothing happens.
This time.
Ander.
Yes. I guess if Leva noticed Persicus going for Taylor, I would have too then.
I mean, at the very least, now that you've noticed Krushka attacked, something's most likely going down.
Oh, fair. Let's see. Well, I suppose I'll actually try out my new spell.
Ooh.
And it's just a cantrip. There's no oohing is not necessary.
I like
Um,
cantrips.
you.
Cantrips are still ooh.
I know.
So that's an
I'm
intelligence
going
save.
Yeah, I'm gonna try Mind Sliver on Persicus.
Ooh.
Oh damn, that sounds terrible.
Sounds fancy.
I'm pretty sure
Or
you
not.
made it.
Or not.
Hey, at least it's only a cantrip,
Minus
so you can
one?
try it again.
Yeah. He even has a negative 1 to intelligence.
I was gonna say,
Yep.
I remember because I'm
Oh,
like,
he's
ooh,
dumb.
I remember him doing real well on wisdom saves
Mhm.
before. So let me try this one, so I'm not just butting up against his whatever that was wisdom save.
Yep.
No, you're just putting up against that nat 20.
Okay. Anything
Cool.
else from you?
I'm just gonna. Nope. I'm just gonna sit here and mind my own business.
Okay.
Thanks.
At the end of your turn, yeah, that's yeah, that sounds like a good idea. We're gonna do that.
Sounds terrible.
So I need. Is it this? I need this. Just gonna go ahead, plop that down right over there.
Not again.
Aquila, Shliva, and Krushka, you notice the sand beneath you start to shudder and blacken as this cold drain begins to emanate from the area around you. The light around you even seems to dim. Even sort of fighting against the light coming off of Sevgi now, as it is this far away from the light she's producing. Even the dim light is being pulled down into the sand. That, however, I believe It doesn't do anything until the start of your turn.
Great.
Okay. Bookkeeping. Okay. That brings us to Persic's actual turn, which means he refreshes his legendary actions.
That's bullshit.
And I need... Tali, make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh,
As he
man.
looks over in your direction, his eyes
Oh,
turn that
God.
black sandiness and glow red as if coals smoldering under a fire.
Hey,
You, however, are not
I
shaken.
also get a D4.
she made her save
Yeah.
on
20.
fear.
You did.
Thank God.
I'm afraid of you.
Once before, you're not going to do it again.
Okay. You
Monster was scarier.
made your save against his dreadful glare, and therefore are immune to it for the next 24 hours. He cannot do that to you again. He can, however. I need to go to the right layer here. Go back over here. He can, however, move over here and try to stab you with his pointy stick.
Stupid pointy stick.
A 19.
Ooh, that hits, yeah.
And a 23 both hit you.
Oh, but
Oh,
I do
that
have my Wrath
necrotic
of the
damage.
Storm. I would like to use my Wrath of the Storm to counterattack, I guess.
Okay.
Where is it?
So you take 19 points of piercing, and what? Did that roll right? Whoa!
What? You got all
Oh!
crits on that one.
Oh! Folks at home, if you are paying attention to the virtual dice tray there, that was 4d8. I rolled 4 8s. Yes,
Oh,
so
We're in
great.
trouble.
Miss Healer Cleric Lady here, you take 19 points of piercing damage and 45 points of necrotic damage.
No. Okay.
I don't even
math.
know. I don't even know.
Oh. Hang on.
So, are you already bloodied?
I
I'm, like,
also
bloodied.
that is
I don't think it was a single attack that did it.
no. The 11 plus 32 is only 43. Your threshold is 44.
Ooh.
Oh my!
You're 1 point away from having to
Wait,
roll for
even with
mortal
her-
injury.
Even with her new HP max?
Yeah.
Oh dang!
Mines, I forgot about that. Let me add that on.
Remember, Aquila, you have far more health than everybody else.
Yeah.
I just
You
always
have a
forget
lot.
exactly how big the difference is.
It's huge.
But
Huge difference.
yes, I believe Tali went from pretty much full to bloodied already.
From
Yes.
full to bloodied, yeah.
Yeah. Persices steps
Ooh.
forward, seeing yet another one of this group disobeying him and threatening the safety of the entire world, steps
I
forward
didn't
and
even
just
do anything.
lunges with his spear. And I
didn't
usually
bless my friend.
have these moves just kind of grace by you, because actual physical damage is a small part of hit points, but this hit so hard you actually take the spear point straight in your shield arm shoulder. He just sort of bashes the shield out of the way and shoves it into your shield arm. As your shield arm kind of goes dead for a second, he yanks the spear point out. A spray of blood shoots from your shoulder and splatters against his gleaming golden armor. And it takes concerted effort for you to pull your shield back up as you are in immense pain. You can feel the necrotic damage pulsing down your arm and into your chest. It's hard to breathe. You can feel a tightness against your heart. It's bad.
I'd also like to point out that I believe you need a crit on the concentration check.
Yes, you also need to make a
Oh, shit.
concentration save,
Oh man.
and I don't think you can
but
pass
I
it.
also do have my
Probably not.
You need a
Constitution?
crit for the
Yeah.
second one. For the first one, you only need an 11, but you need a crit.
But my D4.
Well, that's for the first one.
24.
Roll a second one, because it was 2
Okay,
attacks.
Okay.
So from the first
Okay.
spear, you maintain your concentration.
Okay.
From the second one, you need half the total damage,
Ooh.
and that is not enough. Your bless drops.
No.
Everybody remove your bless.
No,
I
And I
didn't
will
even
do
get
that
to
for you.
use it.
man.
There we go. Wow.
I am sad. I didn't
Wow,
even get to use it.
that was an opening move.
He still has to do a dexterity saving throw for my Wrath of the Storm.
Okay. Sure.
The
There we go.
DC 15.
He
Ha!
fails.
2d8 lightning
The
damage.
the
for
lightning
him.
travels
Okay.
straight through the spear sticking out of you into him.
You give him 8
points
damage.
of lightning damage.
Or 8 points of lightning damage. That is not one of the things he is
Great.
resistant to. He actually takes full damage,
Oh, well, that's good to know.
Nice.
which is meta information I didn't need to give you, but I'll give you that after nearly killing Talia in one blow.
Appreciated.
Thanks for the pity.
Moving on, I suppose.
I
Yeah, that
suppose.
was his glare, his 2 attacks. Okay, that's what he has.
Wow.
Yeah, I like that better somewhere else. Okay. Then we move on to Tessadrin. Taylor, you are
Yep.
controlling Tessadrin.
Yep. Weird. So it says he has multi-attack. He can use 2 melee attacks or fire ray.
Yes,
Do you mean firebolt?
I mean Fire Ray. It's an
It's
attack just
not
under.
on there.
Oh, it does say Firebolt.
Okay, that's why I was asking.
There you go. Now it says Fire Ray.
Okay, that's fine. It was just very much just like
Yeah, he can either make
mean
he
that-
can either make 2 melee attacks with his Heart Piercer or throw out 2 Fire Rays.
yeah. Okay. So gonna move up here, and then I guess I'm gonna have him throw fire rays.
Okay.
Oh, so that worked.
Okay. Yes, it did. As Persicus is busy skewering Tali, a bolt of fire, 2 bolts of fire, slam into the side of Persicus.
I'm saying it's like any character stuff you're gonna have to do for him because
What do you mean character stuff? Oh, like
Oh.
descriptions, you mean?
yeah, it's like I don't know his personality or whatever.
Well, right now his personality is whipped bitch under your control. So
That's
he'll
true.
do whatever you tell him to do. No, he shoots out. He goes from this sort of slumped over position, looks up at you, trudges forward, and his hands flare with this fiery energy. And he looks from you over to Tessadrin, not Tessadrin, he is Tessadrin, to Persicus, and just sort of
Was Tessadrin. He's
pushes
bitch now.
his hands forward, and these 2 blasts of fire shoot out from him and slam into Persicus' side, and you can see where it hits Persicus. The armor and his body actually turns to blackened sand and begins sloughing off of him, and it takes
Yeah.
longer than you would deem appropriate for him to refill himself. That seemed to be quite a big hit.
Isn't that what Rennick got hit with?
Yes,
Probably. He
Probably,
threw
yeah.
a bunch of fire bolts, fire rays.
he did. He got Rennick good though. I remember that.
Hmm.
We were also a few levels lower at that time though,
Oh yeah.
and I'm gonna guess he was not.
No. Okay. Anything else from Tessadrin?
All right, that was his. Shoot, where did I put his sheet? There I put his sheet. No, I mean because I used his attack, and he doesn't have bonus actions, does he? No, I guess that's it.
Yeah, that's probably it.
I don't know.
Okay. Sevgi, we are on you.
Cool. I guess I would like to go into Arcane Rage, I guess.
Okay,
Yay!
right off the bat. Okay.
We love it
Arcane
when she
range.
rages.
I'm
Rage.
tired of her CCs, okay?
Like, we love it when she rages. Except
Alright.
maybe Andrew. Maybe he doesn't.
Okay, do keep in mind that that while in an arcane rage, you are focused on the target of your rage. Collateral damage means nothing to you. Structural damage,
know.
allies. I mean, you want to throw a
Don't-
lightning bolt straight at Persicus and run it through Shliva, go right ahead.
Don't tell me that.
Don't kill my demon. I need him right now.
Yeah, so I'm actually gonna. I hate placement so much. God
Yeah.
damn.
Yes, it's a bitch.
It is. So I'm just gonna go ahead and at least start with Magic Missile at 5th level.
Okay.
I think that's. Let me double check. Is 7 missiles.
That's what I thought. 7d4 plus 7.
She can only roll up to 5 at a time. Well, no, you can type it in. I was just looking at the little clicky thing.
6, 7. And that's at a +3 at 9th level. So let me just do some quick math. Because I'm
We're at
stupid.
10th level.
I know, yeah, but I get an additional 3 at 9th.
Oh, right,
Mm.
right,
That's
right.
all right.
You get special things.
$29 points.
All right.
Awesome.
You guys are doing a number on Tessidren. Persicus. Why do I keep doing that? Persicus.
I don't know.
Doing a number on
We'll do a num-
Persicus.
We'll do a number on Tessidren another day.
Yeah.
That's after hours.
Oh, yes. Okay. Anything else from you, Sevgi?
Rah.
Moving on, then, to the queen herself.
But I thought I was supposed to be ahead of her. Oh, well.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but the turn order's telling me she's next.
Yeah. It's like, okay.
I don't know when that flipped, but
I don't know. It's okay.
okay, I'm going to,
Shenanigans.
because she's not out of the box yet. I'm going to have Persicus make another save. Which means navigating to here, because 3 monitors is not enough.
Yeah, I was just
Okay.
sitting here thinking 2 is not enough.
He needs to make one of these. Okay, there we go. Yes. After pulling his spear out of Talu's shoulder and taking quite a significant blast, well, both from Tessidren and Sevgi, those missiles slamming in around his shield once he was able to get his defenses back up. He turns, surveys the situation, and brings his shield hand up to his head and bends down and looks up over at the at Demon Liba's sarcophagus and crumbles to sand.
What about his area of effect thing?
For the time being, it is still up. Because the major threat is out of the way right now, I'm going to propose we drop out of initiative. But I'm going to keep the turn order if things pop up again.
Well, I mean, I'm immediately stepping out of the stupid black sand.
I figured, yeah.
Wounds myself.
Yeah. Probably needs some heals.
Yep. At 3rd level. That's 4d8, I believe.
Wouldn't that
Plus
be
3.
3D?
18, that's 22 Heelys. Okay, that helps.
What level did you cast at? 4th? 3rd?
Wait,
3rd.
no, 4th, yeah. 4th level.
4th?
Mm,
Calculator. Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
My love has proven to know the passage of time. Release me soon while he still obeys. Quickly now.
I'm gonna keep opening up the door, the sarcophagus.
I mean, there's death sand.
Presumably,
Doesn't hurt that bad. Just saying.
you're just gonna stand there?
And I can just come up here.
Well, Shliva and Krishka, you both take 15 points of necrotic damage as you choose to stand in the black sand. As life force is drained, heat and life energy drained from the soles of your feet into the darkness of the sand beneath you.
Okay, guess I'm taking another swing at the box.
Okay. Go ahead and make me another attack roll. I'm going to say this is... Okay. It's going to take a little bit longer.
Yeah.
There's 4 bands to cut through, and you're about halfway through.
Okay.
Anyone else doing anything? I know we're out of turn order. I mean, we can drop into turn order if it would make it easier for you guys to comprehend what's going on, but you can also just...
I'm sorry. I'm gonna use...
I rolled a 21.
Flame on the bands.
Sacred Flame?
There was a spell up.
Isn't that
Yes, that's a cantrip.
divine?
It does radiant damage,
Radiant.
which isn't really transfer of heat. So you're not sure how much damage it's going to do to a metal object.
I'll give it a
It's
try.
not like heat metal.
The band gets a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
It made it.
That wasn't the band.
Oh, okay.
That's Persicus.
Oh, that's precise. Whoops.
It can't make a dexterity saving throw. No, it hits.
It's a box.
Cool. That's 2d8 damage. That's 9 points of radiant damage on the bronze. Does that do anything or no?
The band glows with a bright divine energy for a few seconds and dissipates.
Okay. I thought I'd try it.
Yeah. It's okay. My second roll was a 21, so I'm still hacking away.
Okay. Anyone else doing anything? There is a shudder to the sand where Persicus was standing.
I'm gonna scoot back.
Yeah, shish
You're
kebab.
good.
Ready a spell in case he pulls himself back together.
Okay.
Uh,
yeah.
yeah.
Sann'Kett probably needs to ready a spell too, otherwise she's going to drop rage.
I have a spell that I can get ready, but I don't want it to go to
That's
waste.
a good point. Let me at least see if I can just ready something. Just in case.
So remember, you got to keep raging.
Hit the sarcophagus.
No, I'm standing right next to it.
Yeah, you
Okay.
could also choose to just blast the sarcophagus
Actually, yeah, you.
as the other sort of point of, you know, the sarcophagus needs to be open and you're angry, so you might as well blow it open if you want. That's a legitimate line of thinking. Or you
Do
could
it.
hold action to attack Persicus should he reform, but if he doesn't, you will drop rage, having not attacked the previous turn.
Hit the box.
Sure, I guess I'll go for it. And not sure what I want to use.
Cantrip.
Yeah. Or so. I guess I'll just chuck a cantrip at it. I hate my computer so much.
Okay. Yeah, you can toss out a miniature lightning strike towards the stone of the sarcophagus. It does slam into the stone, blacken a bit, and ripple out through the lid. Not doing much damage to the bands around, but there is a small spray of stone as the ornamented hood of the sarcophagus, lid of the sarcophagus, has some pieces blown out. Some of the metal plating, gold and silver plating, quickly oxidized from the lightning strike. Minor damage. If that is that, Akila, you did jump the gun and roll another attack for me up there.
Because yeah, fair. That's just because I have 2 attacks, so I went
Yeah.
ahead and did both.
Yeah. Sure. No, we'll keep that up there. That would be the one that did damage. The minor damage you did before, because 13 really isn't a hit. Okay. With that, I think everybody's done something. Let us then. I will put the initiative back at the top. But you guys keep going. Akila, I presume you want to continue hacking away. Go ahead and roll me 2 more attacks.
I'm going to take a swing.
Okay. That's a bit better.
Yeah, it's like, oh, good. There are my rolls.
Needs. Okay, with that, actually, that is enough. You cleave through the other 2 iron bands, bronze bands. This is before iron. These other 2 bronze bands, and you can get in there and pull them apart. Once they're no longer held together by these heavy rivets, you can really just pull the bands off of the lid. And presumably, the only thing left for you to do is try to sink your nails between the lip of the lid and the stone base and just pull the lid off.
I borrow my pickaxe.
I was going to say, it's like, before I did it, just sort of look around at everybody. It's like, are we ready?
Ready as we're gonna be.
All right.
Okay. I'm not going to make you roll a strength check. You can pull 750 pounds or something like that.
Yeah.
You just rip the lid off of Demoliba's sarcophagus. In doing so, there is a ripple of energy that releases out in an almost shimmering wave. The brazier in the center of the room lights up.
Do it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought I was muted.
The inside of this sarcophagus is glowing a bright white that is slowly starting to dim, and within you see, presumably still alive, Queen Demoliba. Not mummified, not presumably undead in any way. She could be a similar construct of sand or whatever is going on with Persicus, but you think not. You can see the rise and fall of her chest. There is blush to her cheeks. She has very North African sort of tanned skin. This thick black hair that is tressed up in various tresses, ornamented with varying sizes of ornate gold bands decorated with various jewels. She wears a crown band across her forehead that juts out in various spikes, almost like the Statue of Liberty, but many more of them. Golden spikes that stick out from the top of this band. She's not lying on her face. And it's
okay, so just around the front, it's not
just around the
back,
front.
too.
No,
Okay.
it's just around the front.
Okay.
Yeah, like I said,
Okay.
very much Statue of Liberty, like.
Fair.
Okay. She is wearing a rather ornate, what looks like a leather mantle with a very fine linen shirt. However, the shirt is cut to go around her breasts and is held together with a number of gold chains and gemstone buttons down her stomach, which is actual historical clothing. It's based on Minoan culture. I am not just being a perv. I say just.
I'll say this. I know, that's what I was going to say. It's
Yeah.
like, I'll say this. I appreciate you saying not just being a pervert.
I got a lot of Moriadessa up in here. You just gotta let it go. And
Jack likes being pretty lady.
a series. I do really enjoy being pretty ladies. And a series of pleated layered fabrics that form a skirt, again layered in various gold and silver and platinum chains, decorated with various feathers and gemstones, and even some of the pleats are accented with small plates and scales, again of gold. And the colors being very traditional Sann'Kett royalty, the golds and bright yellows, the bright blues and reds, many sapphires, emeralds, and rubies. But presumably, this is Demoliba, still alive after 2,000 plus years.
Sus.
Some nice Tupperware. It's very fresh.
The inside of the sarcophagus, the glowing within dims to just flat stone. And she looks forward. She doesn't step out. She looks forward and sees the black sand. Lifts her head. Thank you for releasing me. She is, however, now speaking in Ancient Sans. Of course, addressing Aquila, she will peer her head out and say as such.
Don't thank me yet.
She turns to survey the group and looks over at Tessadrin. She's going to look around the room, raise her hand, and just wave it in front of her, and the black sand just is cast aside. She takes a step out. is going to slowly, if everyone doesn't do anything, just step forward slowly towards the now subjugated and dominated form of Tessedrin. Sevgi, let me point out, you are still raging. Does this bother you? Do you perceive Demoliba as an enemy that needs to be fucking destroyed?
No, I'm gonna call it actually.
Okay.
You
Is
have more
there-
self-control than I.
Is there any other targets in this room that you think Sevgi is angry enough to lash out at? Or will you be dropping your arcane rage?
I'm probably gonna drop it.
I mean, there's another box right there.
There is Persicus' sarcophagus, but you would have to convince me why it would be a valid target for your
He
rage.
skewered Tolly.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Cece's lives in there. You gotta destroy his house for
He
revenge.
lives in there.
Uh,
Let
I'll
me
drop it.
let me also note that when Demoliba walks out, you notice she is holding two things. She is holding a scepter with a number of with two of those red long feathers coming out of it. Otherwise, it is bands of silver and gold. And she is carrying a black urn.
Oh.
But
Yeah. I figured it was literal, but still.
I did too.
okay, if you are dropping your arcane rage, you're gonna have
Sure.
quite a headache on your head, actually.
I was like, don't drop it because it's gonna hurt.
I mean, it makes sense. It really
Yeah.
makes sense. So,
I have
how
7
many?
left.
You have 7
so-
left. Okay.
Oh.
Any remaining sorcery points are reduced by half. I round up, so you have 4 sorcery points remaining, and you will take 4d6 psychic damage.
Ew.
Mm,
You take 15
Oh.
points of psychic damage.
Yeah, because she maxed 2 of those.
And also rolled minimum
Yeah,
and
fair.
minimum +1 on the other, so it averages out.
Yeah, fair. It does.
So you're down to 4 sorcery points, and you got yourself a nice little migraine. It's gonna softly step over to the subjugated Tessedrin.
Cool.
What'd you say?
Cool. I'm paying attention because he's he's pounding me right now.
Yeah. Unless you direct him to, he basically just stays there. She is going to walk forward and just give him a look. Turn back to Aquila. You say you know the one who did this.
Yes.
I wish to know who they are.
I mean, I told you she's Moria Dessa.
Moria Dessa. Very well. Shall we leave?
And what are you going to do when you get out of here?
You will take me to she who overthrew the father of men and I will decide then if she is worthy of my devotion, and from there I shall build my kingdom again. One in which you will have a seat beside me whenever you wish.
Sounds like a bad idea.
It does. I didn't understand any of that, so.
but, but Arlene still thinks it sounds like a bad idea.
You would begrudge my attempts to better your life? The life of your fellow sisters? To care for you, protect you, shower you in gifts?
What do you know of my life?
I know enough. A family lost, a faith shattered and confused, a family you do not quite fit in with. You need not place your faith in those who cannot demonstrate why you should be devoted. You should not call those family who would dismiss you so easily. You need not be alone. There is much I do not know of the world above after so long. But from what I see here and feel in your minds, she looks about the group, that there is much division and inequality.
Why is she looking at us?
That is what Tsadanab brought to me. The power to be more than what those would subjugate and oppress me into being. You need not be anyone's slave. Tyler, you got a lot of background noise for some reason. Your mic is picking up
Sorry.
everything.
I was flipping through my notes. I'll mute myself.
Anyone else want to chime in on this gibberish that Aquila and Demon Libra are spouting back at each other?
Oh, that's right. I forgot nobody else can
Akila,
understand.
care to translate? 'Cause she's kind of looking at all of us like she knows what she's talking about, or like we know what she's talking about. I don't know.
Okay, I wouldn't say any of the stuff that was directed specifically at Aquila, but yeah, the stuff where she was more or less addressing everybody.
Well, how do you translate that?
I mean, would try to get it as close to what she said.
I'm asking you to or be.
I know, but I'm sorry, it just fell out of my brain.
Akila, what's she talking about?
She wants us to take her to Moria Dessa.
Thought she was gonna go to a group.
Hmm. Yeah. She wants to meet Moria Dessa because she's subjugated Tessazran.
Oh, so she wants to meet her?
To see
Is
if
that a
she
good
is
idea?
worthy of her. What was it? I can't remember what word you used, Jack.
That's what Mori
Devotion.
wanted, right?
Devotion, thank you.
Seems like a bad idea too.
But
Yeah,
that's what Mori wanted, right?
yeah.
So,
That doesn't mean I was ever fully on board with that idea.
oh. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
No, a lot of things don't make sense.
With you saying that, Tessadrin does raise an eye towards you, Aquila. You're not sure whether it's judgmental or not. It's hard to read, with half of his face covered in studded leather.
Oh, I didn't realize he had a mask.
Oh yeah,
on.
he's fully gagged up. Yeah.
Oh, well, I do remember gag,
Yeah.
but I didn't know it was okay.
Plan. We don't really have a way to take her there unless Moriadessa suddenly appears and opens up a portal.
She can't come here. That's why she had to have us do it.
Why can't she come here? Did she say? Oh, never mind. That's a stupid
I
question.
was going to say, sorry. You really asking if she gave an answer?
Yeah, I caught that as soon as I said it.
Yeah. No,
So
before I
isn't
came
this,
back, I did ask, or
Demon
got a
Liba's
couple.
going to draw a knife from under one of the pleats in her dress and walk past Tessadrin over to this wall here. And if
What's
you
she-
all wait
she
and
doing?
watch for her to do something, she's going to take this dagger and just stab it into the heart of one of these mummified women.
What are you doing?
I need their assistance
For what?
to learn to peer into the mind of your new fiendish ally. She starts making her way to another wall. She seems to be surveying the area and looking at each individual mummy and picking out specific ones.
Should
So-
we stop her?
Well, yeah. Well, you can certainly try.
Is that Ander?
You're the one with the. So Andrew's going to use his, telepathic speech ability. Look at Aquila. If you're gonna do anything with tall, dark, and ball gagged over there, you might want to do it before she powers up.
Yeah, fair. I guess yeah. Fire ray. I don't know.
We want to drop into initiative and just go full combat?
Do we?
I'm asking you guys.
I'm down.
I was asking. The other,
So
yeah,
far, you guys
okay.
have seemed quite amenable to talking this out. She
have,
stabs
but
an
I
already
just
dead person, and this is the line you draw?
Because it is sus as fuck.
She told you. She's just,
Yeah, but that doesn't explain anything.
okay. I'm not going to sway you one way or another. If you want to jump into combat, we can jump into combat.
Well, no, it's like
You
not
guys are
necessarily-
just so close to doing a really cool diplomacy thing, and
Well, then she
Yeah.
needs to stop stabbing corpses.
you could ask her politely to not stab corpses.
You make a fair point.
You were kind of like, hey, what are you doing? Okay, now I'm going to blow you up.
Well, could you stop doing that?
Why?
Because we don't know what you're actually doing, and kind of hard to trust that.
You must
And if
have...
you want us to take you somewhere, then we're going to need to trust you.
You must have done similar to gain his service. I need not give up myself when there are so many around who would gladly sacrifice for me. And they have done so long ago. As I said, I simply wish to peer into the mind of this fiend
Cool.
and learn of his past and who this Moria Dessa is.
Well, now I'm gonna
And actually,
unsummon
I'm
him.
gonna say. I was gonna say disregard actually that message because I just realized, considering that Ander wants to take her to.
Yeah, I know.
He's
Which, I
actually,
mean,
he's
it's fine
fully
because.
down so far because she's not actually fighting.
Well, yeah, I mean, it kind of
This
is.
so
Oh,
much-
it's not terrible because she didn't actually attack in the end, or so far. Yeah, no, it's like fine. It's like at that point, I'm gonna, desummon Tessadrin.
Okay.
It's like, oh,
Yeah, you yank on the chain, he and stumbles into the ethereal.
that's a little uncomfortable.
You would begrudge me this knowledge? You, the one who speak of trust. I simply wish to know if you speak the truth of the downfall of the father of man.
If you're doing the same thing, then how do I know you're just not going to try to bind him to yourself?
That indeed would cost my own heart, something I do not give so freely.
But you're happy to take them.
They are happy to give them.
To be fair, they are dead.
They
Oh wait,
are.
no, I don't know what she's saying. Never mind. Sorry. Damn it.
Yeah, that's right. I know. It's like
Just
I
saying.
kind of hate that I'm the only one who can understand it because it's like, man,
Oh God, Christian, this is how you feel.
that smile.
Damn. Ow.
Well, did she have you talked to her about why we're here? The cult? Would that help?
No,
I don't know what she's saying, but would that help the situation?
Would it be easier to speak into the minds of the others?
but I mean, you're not getting into his mind.
She looks over at Ander. No, unfortunately, he remains closed to me. Quite a strong will. Impressive.
He has some help.
Ander, you do notice Demoliba is sort of beaming in your direction.
My crazy succubus is always interested in me.
I told you
She's
she liked
interested
You're-
because she's interested that she can't get in your head.
The hard to get type.
And he's not even that especially attractive, I don't think. I never pictured him as it.
No, I haven't pictured him as it. Unfortunately, it's like the
Very
problem is I
average
keep
man.
picturing him as you, basically.
I picture him as a me that has not had a good night's sleep in like 5 years.
Okay, so like you in college.
I mean, you've had multiple celestial beings or near celestial beings offering to help with that.
I don't know. Would that be a good night's sleep though?
It sure wouldn't be
I
a
don't
bad
think-
night's sleep.
It'd be a
I
fun
don't think
night's
how
sleep.
much sleep.
That's the thing. It's like it would be fun.
Anyway.
Would it be good sleep?
My language has not seemed to survive the passage of time.
All languages change with time.
When there is not strong leadership to keep culture at its peak.
Yeah, I can't comment on that because that's going to be Taylor talking at that point. Like, damn you. That's not how linguistics works.
She'll go back to mental communication so everybody but Ander can understand.
I'm
Probably will
thinking about this,
kind
Jack,
of
since I
say
didn't
what
know who.
he's saying.
Since at this point I've obviously parsed what the feeling is on my, pushing against me.
Sure.
Does the charm effect that was put on me influence my opinion of her? I know it makes the heiresses of Providence read as friends to me, and that I want to do what. Does that carry to her too?
This is their queen, and therefore, I mean, not necessarily your queen, but royalty to somebody. And since they are friends, she probably should be respected. If you have put together that this mental force is coming from her, which is not an unreasonable assumption to make, yeah, I'd say unless you have a strong argument against it, that Ander would probably be open to hearing what she has to say at the very least.
Yeah,
Okay, so you'll let her in.
I suppose so.
Okay. She turns.
No one has helped break that yet.
Dropping
Yep.
the thought shield.
Yep.
Come in, thought.
Yep.
Well, unfortunately, the one made it through, and that has been a thorn in my side since.
Ah, much better. It is a pleasure to meet your acquaintance, and a strong mind you have there.
I've had a lot of training.
Interesting.
So what are we doing now?
I was
Just the
hoping.
entire conversation that
I was hoping to learn of the fiend you have brought with you, and what has brought him low from the heights he used to soar above myself. If you begrudge me that knowledge and the trust in your words, then we may simply depart, and I can go on my way.
Well, if that's what you want to know, I could give you that without the dead body mutilation, and project a image of Moriadessa to her. If I can.
She wanted
Sure.
to know from his perspective what happened.
Yeah, well, I don't know that. I'm just coming in on the end of this.
Yeah.
So actually project an image of Moriadessa, the glistening hills, and Moriadessa's church. I feel like that gives a more helps you understand what the hell it is a little bit better than just hot blonde? Is she blonde? I forget.
Yes.
is
Yes.
Yeah. Okay,
Usually.
When she wants to be.
And I would say that the image of Moriadessa is probably the closest I've seen to her true form with the wings and everything.
Okay. Interesting. Your mind holds a lot of very interesting knowledge. I am vaguely familiar with the one you show me.
That is
Please.
Moriadessa.
Oh, you're not her sister?
Are we
Whether,
not
you know,
all
literally or not?
sisters? Those who
No.
share the same desire. To be
I don't know
loved.
that we.
To be supported. To be all that we can be. It seems
Join the army?
that she has overcome the one that allowed us such power. I could not before imagine that there would not eventually be a domineering presence above us all. If she has found a way beyond this, she has succeeded in desires I never imagined possible.
Yeah,
Look, I'm not out to change the world order. Mostly I want to, well, more or less preserve it.
Is this world worthy of being preserved?
It's certainly not worthy of having all life destroyed.
What is that you speak of? Why would life be destroyed?
That's why we came here. There is a cult, not your cult. There's a different cult. It is a necromantic cult. They resurrect the dead. And
Vile creatures, they will have no place among my kingdom.
they wish to make you one of their.
You will find that
Well,
I am
one
not
of
so
theirs.
easily subjugated. Especially
have-
now that you have removed my former master.
Well, they have subjugated someone I would expect the strong will before as well.
He was also actually dead. This isn't exactly the situation we thought we were going to find. At least
True.
I didn't think we were going to find.
I mean, I
I wasn't
expected.
expecting this either.
I expected undead. I will be honest.
I expected a mummy.
Yeah.
How are you still, in such good
Well-
shape, actually?
She motions back the sarcophagus. There are things beyond this world that I think you may have comprehension of, if not full understanding.
Can I grim
Xander's gonna go
psychometry the
inspect the-
sarcophagus?
No.
But we can both do things.
I heard, Aquila, you want a grim psychometry. Andrew,
Yeah.
what were you saying?
I was going to say investigate the sarcophagus and probably detect magic if I saw anything about it that
Okay.
resonated with me.
So grim psychometry takes 10 minutes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just gonna
Okay.
do that in the middle of a conversation.
Oh, I know. But I want it out there. I do want to do that at some point.
Sure. You can see that there's about this 5-foot area where Persicus was that is doing the kind of ferrofluid thing where it's pulsating like it's trying to form, and it's not. But you can sort of step around that and go check out the sarcophagus. Sure, Aquila, if you want to take a knee beside it, put your hand on it, and meditate for a bit, you can do so. And or you can move over and start inspecting it. With the both of you, with
Sorry, my phone buzzed.
right,
I
and
wasn't
we all
expecting
heard.
I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting it.
With the both of you sort of cutting off the conversation, abruptly turning around and doing something else.
Well, we don't have to technically cut it off right away. Yeah, I was just before we leave. I definitely want a grim psychometry.
Okay.
What about the other sarcophagus? Like, should that stay closed? Should we open it?
I suspect we know who's in that one.
Yes, my late husband will not bother us unless I choose so.
Is that
We'll leave
what's
it.
in the jar?
Sort of holds it up. Yes, long ago he gave me his heart, and I choose to keep it.
Yeah, I suspect that was quite literal.
He would, as so many like him, thought I was weak, could be taken as a prize, a symbol of privilege, a badge of position and honor. He was mistaken.
What happened between him and his brother?
They had a falling out.
Were you behind it?
I need to go back and remind myself how she pronounces Redemicus, because it's been a long time.
Actually, I don't think you even told me how it was
No.
actually pronounced.
Radimits was not content with being a subject of my new kingdom. And by then I had shown Persicus the error of his ways. I was not going to relinquish the prize that he thought he found in me. And so, his brother left.
Yes, I remember that part.
They said that they were inseparable. How ironically fitting is it then that it was the love of a woman to tear these brothers apart?
I mean, that sounds kind of cruel.
You do not know. Or maybe you do. She who carries Sahemi with her. The cruelty of the old world. Before my time.
Hmm.
Do you remember the nothing that she was?
The nothing she was thought of as.
The nothing she would have been without my reform.
You still went too far with it.
Things got away from me. Remember, I still was... I still had to answer to he who stood above me. But that no longer seems to be the case.
Mm-hmm.
He has so many others whom he bore and taught, would ply at you with honeyed words
Mm-hmm. Sometimes literal honey.
until you are ripe for his taking. Bound and twisted to serve his desires.
The thing I hate about this is it hits a kilo. It's like, God.
You're making bad arguments.
No, it's not even that. It's like, because it doesn't really hit me, but it hits her. Especially because, Tessadrine actually has charmed her before.
Oh, I should note, Jack, that Andrew is investigating that coffin right now. When
Yes.
she said it was something he might know about,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, he did drop, because that was...
Sure. I will also add that this conversation is happening in everybody's mind, so anybody can chime in if they want.
Yeah, I don't have to play translator.
Let's take a quick pause on the conversation, because Andrew's investigating while this is happening, and you guys can think about what more you would like to say. Andrew, you can head over to Dimaliba's sarcophagus and take a look inside. On the inside of the sarcophagus, you can see that the inside is actually inlaid with a number of plates that look like they can be sort of shimmied out. If you choose to do so.
Make out what's on them without doing that, or do I need to pull them out to do that?
You would need to pull them out. I mean, it looks like it's just flat stone on this side, but if you pull them out, there might be something on the other side. There might be something beneath it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try and shimmy one out.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, you can slip a knife in there and try to pry it out and get your hands in front of it and peel around and pull it out. And both on the inside, there seems to be a hollow space on the inside, and on the other side of this stone plate, you see a series of arcane sigils. And you can see that they are quite intricate. Some of them do look very similar to the much more geometric patterns, like the ones etched into your whitewood staff.
And on Moriades's machinery.
Yeah. While you're there, actually, it's probably a secondary thought, but catching from the corner of your eye, you can look over at the bronze bands that have been torn apart, and on the underside of those bronze bands, so it would have been lying against the stone, just very faintly etched into them, are similar but different sigils.
Similar in that they're kind of the same circuit boardy sort of design, not the same exact pattern.
They are actually less circuit boardy. They are more traditional looking sigils, but in a dialect 2,000 years prior.
Gotcha.
Not really circuit boardy.
But can still make the connection between what was on Moriades's machinery and my staff to... There's something kind of similar between all of them.
Sure.
Okay. Gonna turn away from the coffins as a whole, set the plate down, and detect magic.
Now remember, even though I call it magic vision, it is not vision or directional based. So turning around is really not going to help, but it might make you feel better.
Fair. He goes blind, so it's a defensive instinct.
But yes, detect magic. I would like you to roll me.
Right.
What is your Constitution modifier? +1?
Yeah.
+1. Go ahead and make me. Just roll me a D20 plus charisma +1.
Okay.
Make it a charisma save. Make it a charisma save, and we'll add +1 to it for your Constitution. Wow. It has been a
God
long
damn it.
time since your senses have been so overwhelmed by intense magic that you have gone blind. The last time you had this happen, you were much lower level and trying to peer into very powerful things. There is a lot going on in this chamber besides the sarcophagus. And yes, you turn around and hesitantly focus your senses and call upon Zadok to expand your sense horizon and get a glimpse of how the weave is being affected. And you do just get sort of overloaded. Again, it's not visual, so it's not technically blind. We've played it at blind before, and it does translate to an actual dulling of your other 5 physical senses. So in effect, you are blind for a little bit, but it's not the blinding, flashing light that like a flashbang would make. You do, however, perceive that Dima Liba's sarcophagus, not Persicus, just Dima Liba's is not currently emitting extremely powerful magic, but the residual aura is still there. And even though it seems like it just deactivated, it was such strong magic that even the residual aura is overwhelming to you.
But I didn't turn it on sooner.
You also notice now that etched very finely into the walls and the columns of this room are other sigils. Not circuit boardy either, but other sigils that are emanating an incredibly powerful field. That one, much more abjuration. The sarcophagus is an incredibly powerful necromantic field. And you very briefly get another very powerful necromantic field coming from... Make me also a charisma-based perception check to see how well you parse through all of these powerful overlapping magics. Okay,
That's more like
nice. That is more like it. Yes, at first you think that another powerful necromantic field is coming from Dima Liba. However, it is what she is holding, the black vase that she is holding, the black urn. One might say a canopic jar. On top of that, there is a low-level necromantic field just kind of in the vicinity of the undulating sand that is Persicus trying to be Persicus. But yes, you get real quick information that there's a lot of necromancy coming from the sarcophagus, a lot of abjuration coming from the whole damn room, and less necromantic energy, but still quite powerful. Probably not enough to overwhelm you on its own, coming from the urn. And then you just kind of get a headache and just kind of wobble, and you're deadened to the world for a little bit. Aquila, you probably notice his knees buckle and slam down on the ground as he's disoriented.
You're going to be alright?
You vaguely make out Aquila's words as if she's coming from the bottom of a well.
Hello.
I'll be okay. Just stronger than I was anticipating. It's been a little while since that happened.
As I told you, power from beyond the bounds of this world that they subjugate.
They subjugate? Where's this from?
That was made with the knowledge of the gods. I made sure that they could not those who would overthrow my kingdom so long ago could not so easily dispense my life. And had those still loyal to me make sure that I was interned in that which would sustain me. It was a tumultuous time. Many did not know who they were truly working for. But in the end, well, I persist.
How long was Persicus dead?
I believe he died shortly before I was overwhelmed.
Hmm.
But again, she hoists the urn.
Yeah,
His death means little when I
that
control his very being.
That was more or less why I was asking. I'd wondered how long you'd been holding on to that jar.
It was a wedding present, you may say. A woman should expect nothing less than the very heart and soul of the one she would wed.
I will have to take your word for it.
Phrase it as. Oh, sorry.
Is your curiosity sated, or may we take our leave?
Oh, it is nowhere near sated, if I am honest.
She did. I was hearing that correctly. She did say, refer to the gods as subjugating the world, right?
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Do you now understand? Others have glimpsed beyond the veil they would thrust upon this world.
I remember Zadok having that voice.
I need to make it distinct from all of the other sounds going through your head.
I prefer the previous Zadok voice.
I know, I
That
like the other Zadok better.
That one sounds like he's dying.
It
That
does.
makes my throat
It
hurt.
sounds like that's gonna hurt your throat, Jack.
Eventually, yeah.
I prefer creepy but still somewhat charismatic Zadok.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
I think one day Zadok just needs to come in with a chipmunk voice to really freak Ander out.
no, good God, no.
See?
Oh,
So, since you asked about curiosity, I'm kind of curious. Did you ever get bored in that sarcophagus? You've been in there for years.
I love it. That's such
She
a
looks
Tully
over
question.
to you, chin held high as royalty does, tilts her head and just looks down at you like that was the stupidest question you could possibly ask.
Yeah, it's like that's not gonna endear her to anyone. It's like, don't you dare disdain Tolly.
I'm not even going to require insight checks. She moves like royalty, like you are inconsequential to her. Ander would like to say something.
well, ask you a question specifically.
Yes.
The plate I have, how heavy is it?
It's probably about 2 feet by 2 feet or so. Made of stone, magically enchanted stone. So 20 pounds, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
Not unreasonable to put under an arm.
No, it's not like, it's not even, say, like a flagstone you would pave your front lawn with. It's like sheetrock, but more sturdy than sheetrock.
Well, so Andrew's just in the background while they're talking, picking up a piece of the bronze strapping that was on the.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely grabbing one of those and the flags or the plate under an arm,
Mm-hmm.
and going to start making his way to the door.
Okay. As you make your way past the brazier, it kind of escaped you guys until now. The brazier is not really emitting any heat. If anything, it's a little colder there, but it is emitting light. You continue to move past, moving past Demoliba, who regards you but doesn't really do anything, and continue moving towards the door, and she looks over her shoulder. I would recommend you do not mess with that door. It will cause this whole chamber to collapse.
Oh. Huh. Maybe we should have opened it.
I appreciate the warning.
How do we leave?
Yeah,
The
how are we
same
supposed to
way
get back up?
You got in, I would suppose. Are you incapable?
Oh yeah, we probably should have put a rope or something.
Well, we flew down.
Then I would suggest that we fly back up.
I want my turn to look at your sarcophagus.
By all means, I suppose I have waited here for, what did you say, 2,000 years?
Give or take,
I
yes.
could wait
Yeah.
a little bit longer, I suppose.
Should only be about 10 minutes.
She just stands tall, arms behind her back. Sort of
Yeah, she can stand as
thrusting
tall
her,
as she wants.
yeah, she is still shorter
He was
than
probably
you.
taller.
I know, it's like, she can stand as tall as she wants.
She stands with the dignity and grace of a royal.
I come from a commune.
Okay, you can do your grim psychometry thing, and unless anybody else is going stir crazy, we can skip 10 minutes
Shleeva?
ahead. Yeah, I've been waiting for Christian to do something.
Actually, Tali does want to ask if Shleeva wants to play tic-tac-toe in the sand while we wait.
I don't know what that is.
Okay, I can teach you.
Okay, so I make a wisdom check.
Sure thing. 18.
Yeah.
All right, what does that mean?
I don't know. What does it mean?
Grim psychometry.
I would say, you want me to throw that up?
Yes.
Okay, Q. I thought we
There
were
you go.
sort of. You were using it similar to some
Mhm.
thing in 3.5.
Yeah, I have my own little tweaks to it.
Well, yeah.
Okay. Let me start off by asking, is there any specific questions or particular knowledge you would like to glean from this?
I don't think I can ask for particular stuff.
Well, I mean, just to direct
Um,
the lore dump that I'm going to give you.
I'm not sure.
Okay. With an 18, let's see. You kneel down and you lay your hands upon this sarcophagus, which again has been broken into and the lid removed. But you can
Yes, I
put
remember.
your hand onto the base of this sarcophagus and focus your thoughts. You feel that little part in your mind that Sahemi's memory still exists in kind of resonates with you, this object coming from that time, very specifically that time. Your mental vision flashes backwards through time again, and you perceive once more the ancient palace of Sann'Kett. You see Demoliba really, as she is now, very much the same. Instructing a chorus of women, the heiresses of Providence, you would suppose, you would know through grim psychometry, instructing them in particular rituals that would lead to the creation of this object. It is a way to preserve life force over extended periods of time by means of drawing life force from others, or at least augmenting whatever properties it has by drawing additional life force or life energy from others, particularly those who are devoted to her.
That's why there's all the bodies in here.
You don't get the specifics of it. You feel like there's definitely more to be learned about this object and the magics within, but there's a wall that you hit. A force that is, you feel purposely pushing back on your ability to use the weave to perceive back through time and glimpse the way of things, as it were. There seems to be another force that is curtailing what you are able to perceive. But you get a brief glimpse of a chaotic battle, a war, one that you are familiar with through the eyes of Sahemi, but you see it this time sort of looking down over the chamber, her main royal chamber, as there is a series of guards, a series of other semi armed and armored adventurers, heroes, you might say, those who actually overthrew her. There is an intense battle, which really was chaos. People turning on each other, turning on their own side, switching sides. It was a chaotic mess. The only sort of staple figure was Persicus. Eventually, however, he was overwhelmed. Demoliba was overwhelmed and thought killed. However, at the aftermath, she was placed in this sarcophagus, and either she was not dead or it had the power to regenerate her. And anything beyond that is tangential enough that I'm not going to give it to you in this grim psychometry.
Fair.
But yes, this sarcophagus does seem to be drawing on life force in order to sustain her throughout the ages. I might be able to answer more specific questions, but that's on you. I think that's what I'm going to give you flat with an 18.
Yeah. It's fair. But so I don't really understand about the process that went into constructing it.
No.
Okay. It's like, are these all just normal materials that can be acquired?
There's definitely expensive materials, and you know through working with Ander and Tali that some magics require a lot of precious gems or a lot of gold or whatnot, high valuable items. And there certainly could be those items on here. There's a lot of gold, a lot of precious gems on here, but nothing that had to be synthetically created.
Okay,
it's all
so
natural
like,
components, stone and metals.
So nothing sort of nothing truly exotic in it.
No, nothing beside the magics itself.
Can I get any idea of what the force is that was pushing back?
No.
Okay. Sorry, got tic-tac-toe over here.
Mhm. I'm glad they're keeping themselves amused.
Yeah. Hmm.
I'm going to say one more question if you got one.
Can I get a sense of sort of the time frame of where she was sort of in her reign when this thing was being constructed?
Towards the end, shortly after things started getting a little dark, but obviously before she was overthrown.
Yeah, but so there's some implication she saw this coming.
Potentially, whether she actually divined seeing this coming or if it was simply a contingency plan because she's a smart woman, you're not really sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. With that, Aquila is snapped back to present day once more.
Quick question.
Yes.
While Aquila is doing that, I want to ask Dimaliba where she got the knowledge to make that. The sarcophagus.
Well, as I said before, Zadanab was very willing to share gifts with me in order to win my devotion, my servitude, my obedience. This was one such glimpse beyond our world that he was able to steal away for me.
Why did he want you?
You would have to ask him. I assume he saw something in me that he could not find in others. Has the idea of divine providence in one's leaders been forgotten? Is the idea of divine providence in one's leaders been forgotten? Do you not believe there are those in the world that are simply destined for greatness?
Well, kings and queens still confuse me. Just the idea of them still confuses me. So I'm not the one to ask that question.
Then I suppose you may never understand your own.
The culture I come from does not have people like you in it.
That is a shame.
I don't know that it is. We don't have people over us.
I was going to say, there's definitely people like her in other ways.
You said talking from Goliath tribes. That's why royalty just doesn't make sense to her. Or at least the sort of divine right thing.
Now that you are done glimpsing beyond, may we leave now? Stephen.
So there's a lot of stuff going through my head.
And now we can't understand you.
There's a lot of stuff going through my head right now.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Anders in a spot.
I'm just waiting for a narratively dramatic enough time to call the end of the show. But if because it's 7 o'clock already, you guys said you couldn't stay. But
well, we're not
I
fighting.
mean, yeah, that's true. But I'd rather not stop in the middle of a conversation like this.
Yeah.
So, is there anything else you want to do? Any more things you want to discuss?
I mean, a lot, but I got to sort through it. But I'll forget
Okay.
it all by next week or week after.
A week
even.
after, yeah, because we're down 2 people next week, and I don't know if we want to continue without them.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think for the moment I definitely think the immediate threat we came here to deal with is not as applicable as it once was.
Just
You will find that the necromancers you are so afraid of will have a hard time with she who is so good at staying alive.
have you really been alive this whole time?
Close enough
Must be
at the
hungry.
very least.
I know I haven't really been a part of this whole conversation or whatever, but what if they're not here for you? Because you're not dead, so why would people who want to make dead things stronger bring back someone who isn't dead from dead?
Well,
Is that
They might be here for Persicus.
not
well,
on life?
well, perhaps like us, they did not think that she would be alive. I mean, you don't expect someone to be around after 2,000 years.
I don't know what to expect anymore.
That's actually quite a reasonable way of looking at things.
People that knew of. Yes, I'm trying to find the right spot to not
Yeah.
annoy you with the breathing and still be able to be heard.
God, if you could just breathe less.
I assume there are not many people that knew this secret of your sarcophagus.
No,
Yeah.
only my most trusted heiresses. And a few,
Heiresses?
and a
Heiresses
few,
of Providence.
and a few unwitting helpers who very quickly forgot. Between
It's entire.
my own machinations and those who attempted to overthrow me, I'm sure history has become a jumbled mess of that time period.
Well, it's more like it's been more or less buried.
Yeah, I mean, the 6 of us looked for like a few days and basically found nothing, so.
It's entirely possible the cult just heard about her power, but assumed she was killed and that they could bring her back under their control.
Mm-hmm.
Persicus was, from what I've heard, an impressive warrior, but I don't know if he was. Actually, let me ask you, Jack, before I say something.
Sure.
Persicus is not on the same level as the spear Shiloh, right?
Considering they existed 1,400 years apart. I mean, at the time, Persicus was an unrivaled warrior, or at least only rivaled by Redemicus, if the stories are to be told. Like, there are heroic tales of Persicus, like, 1v a few thousand taking on an enemy army.
Oh.
Like, he was a big deal. Whether those stories are 100% accurate, because there are real-world stories like that, whether or not they're 100% accurate is up to you. But he was an incredibly powerful warrior.
But they did specifically in that journal, they've mentioned the Seducer
The Seducer of
Persicus,
Persicus, yeah.
not Persicus.
Just out of curiosity.
Presumably,
Can
if you
anyone-
get the Seducer of Persicus, you would also get Persicus.
Well, yes, but again, the fact that it was, the Seducer was the one that was specifically mentioned
Sure.
sort of implies her being the main goal.
Sure.
Would anyone else be able to control or raise Persicus without that? And point to the canoptic jar she has.
That is a good question.
Oh, would I know anything about that?
Doubtful, but go ahead and make your intelligence check with advantage.
Yeah, that's
That's
worth asking.
that's like super high-end soul magic you're dealing with here.
Yeah. Intelligence check. Now, every now and then I manage to be like, oh, I know this random thing
Yeah.
that I probably shouldn't.
Sure.
Probably not this time, though. Right.
No idea.
Not this time.
No clue. Removing somebody's heart and making them into some sort of eternal undead sand slave creature, like, just no idea. No idea. Necromancy magic's weird.
If his remains are in the other sarcophagus, maybe we should bring them with us just to be safe, unless you have any objections. Looking at Demoliva.
His entombment was not as thorough as my own. He exists here. And here.
There's not.
And she motions at the still sort of undulating sand. That is all that remains of him, and only as long as I wish it, now that I am no longer bound.
Well, that at least solves that problem.
That sounds a little heartless.
Yes, well. We are dealing with an undead death cult.
Oh, I meant from you.
As I said.
Looking at Demoliva.
Oh, do you not believe that he would not have done the very same to me, if only in a figurative way?
I don't know. I didn't know him.
You do not have much experience with men.
I mean, depends on how you mean.
I really want to. I just need Derek want to go, not all.
Yeah. We know not all. That's not the point.
Are you putting together Tessadrin's normal MO here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The creep.
Pretty sure our sample size is too small to definitively define normal.
I suppose, yeah. Just Demoliba and Moriadessa and multiple institutions of abused women. Yeah.
Was he really the one in charge of those? I don't think so.
Yeah.
Well, the institutions weren't the ones abusing them. That was trying to help women that had been abused, but...
What?
Circle's still a circle. Doesn't matter which side you look at.
Yeah.
Unless you're looking from the very bottom up, and then it's a line.
I mean, it would have to be sideways.
Anyway.
I think we might be done here.
It just doesn't feel right.
When does it ever? We don't live in a wonderful world of tied up loose ends in black and white, unfortunately. And it's definitely being driven home the longer I do this.
Mm.
You are unaccustomed to success.
Oh, you didn't have to put it that way.
Kind accustomed to success with caveats and strings attached.
You have made sure that these necromancers you so fear will not have me as their prize? You have gained my favor and perhaps the favor of this Maria Dessa that
Well,
you
we
work
kind
for.
of already had that one.
Either way, she has a point. This is about her.
I'm
Not the
still
worst
fucked.
win for us. Well, either way, I think we should get out of here.
It's like, this isn't going to get
Yeah, probably go.
Just a quick
me
thought.
any.
If we can do it, do we just want to collapse this room anyway? That might make sense, just in case somebody else eventually finds it. If that stuff is as secret as you guys seem to think it is.
I
Pointing
don't
over
want
at
to
the
collapse.
sarcophagus.
Can't
I
say I
don't
want
think
to
there's a-
collapse it with us in here.
This is a fairly large room. I would imagine collapsing it while we're anywhere close enough to do it would be the end of us as well.
Mm.
Everything would probably just kind of.
We would have to make a very swift exit.
But what if we were on the other side of that door?
There is nothing but sand on the other side of that door.
Ooh, I know somebody that can help with that.
Oh.
Or
Why
I
don't we
used
just?
to. I guess we could just leave. I don't know.
By all
I was
means.
just-
Well, if we
Thank
leave
you.
out the way we came, there is that treasure room.
The what?
Yeah.
Let's just kind of look at Aquila, owner, and mentally owner right here. I'm trying to decide who. How do you ask a queen if she minds if you fly her out of here?
Oh.
Have any
Well-
other modes of transportation
Would you
besides,
like a lift?
walking?
Once I am out of this accursed chamber, perhaps, but I will require assistance.
If you are okay with me carrying you, I can get us all out of here.
Can you lift her?
I would imagine by herself, Ander can lift her.
It's fair. I know. It's just like I said last time. You picked up Sevgi, who isn't
With
a
her
large
gear.
person. I know, but it's like who isn't a large person and dropped.
Moria,
We really only need one person to get up there, right? And then the rest of us can just climb out.
That's a
I
fair
mean, it's
point.
only 3 feet
Yeah.
wide. I could probably even just climb it. It'd take a little while. Just push my arms against it and shimmy my way up. I've climbed worse.
well, in that case, puts a hand on Aquila, puts a hand on Demo.
Tali?
Actually, may I? This is a queen. I'm
Oh.
not an idiot. Looks at Demoliba.
Former queen.
May I?
And she walks over, chin high.
And casting fly on me, Keela, and Demoliba, actually.
Okay. Interesting. A strange sensation. You also derive your powers from beyond?
Yes, I was going to say we do have something in common in that regard. And my patron is also not particularly fond of the gods.
I was
And yeah.
surprised that a man could be as strong as you without such assistance.
As I said, I've had training and help. And yeah, start flying up to the hole to tie a rope off somewhere for everyone else. Or unless Aquila wants to make trips up and down to carry people.
No, so if you're gonna do that, then I'll just fly up and be fine.
Demaliba begins hovering. She seems... Anybody who is paying attention can make an insight check if they would want, if they care.
Sure. I care. I care immensely.
Always.
I'll allow it, but you
I
did
don't
say
care
you
that
flew
much,
up.
apparently.
Okay.
Tali does. Tali cares massively.
Tali cares a lot.
Yeah, Tali. She looks a little bit confused and amused by how easy that magic was.
Oh, that's right. Magic was different back then.
Well, mine's even more different.
Mhm.
Well, she's basically said that she was ye olde warlock.
Yeah, it does sound that way, doesn't it?
I said basically.
Yeah. Classes don't matter for NPCs.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
but like I said,
Yeah, she hovers for a little bit and tries to get a bearing on how this magic works, and then does begin to rise up the shaft.
phrasing.
And
Quiet,
Andrew will follow behind
Moriadessa.
her.
This isn't your scene. Stay out of it. So somebody
Really
dropping a rope for everybody else? All these plebs who
Yes.
can't fly?
Yeah. Get good,
Yes.
scrubs.
Flew earlier.
No, you didn't. Oh, no, wait, you did. Up until
Yeah.
they crashed into you.
Sevgi,
Catch up, I was
Tali,
hoping.
and Shliva. Krushka's
Krushka.
gonna be... I mean, I guess if Krushka hangs on to your back, Shliva, you could
I
pull
mean,
yourself up.
If she's
Win has a
Yeah.
difference in height ever since
Rope around her.
as this character. Just
What was? Oh, so if you'd like, I can carry Krushka up.
no.
Okay.
You need to carry the both of them in
I mean,
one
I could
shot.
do that too.
I just need everybody climbing this rope to make me a climb check, an athletics check. I just don't know how Krushka is climbing a rope.
Right, she's not.
No, okay.
Once it has
We
become
can
apparent
tie
that we are
the-
leaving this chamber, Shliva is going to polymorph Krushka into a tarantula. She is going to then put Krushka into her mouth and transform herself into a giant spider and then climb the fuck out.
Okay.
Wow. That's
That's
Then-
way.
A
Oh,
little scary.
a way.
nope,
Okay.
don't like that. It's not even the spider thing. It's just the spider in the mouth then turn into a spider.
Yeah,
It's like, nope,
yeah.
don't like that.
Turn into a spider first and then put the spider in.
Yeah, I just see her like coming out of the hole and Andrew going, "Oh Jesus Christ!" and about to like.
Yeah, so after Demaliba rises up out of the shaft and floats over towards the door, this giant hairy spider just climbs out of the shaft.
Is that yours?
I would imagine that has to be Shliva after settling his heartbeat back down.
Making sure it hasn't stopped.
Shliva, just looking at the spider nervously.
She can't
She
talk.
silently stares up at you with
Wave a leg if that's you.
puts one of her legs into the air,
Okay.
and then another one, and another one.
Good enough.
Sevgi, go ahead and roll me an athletics check as well, because you got to climb up this rope. You just need to beat an 8.
I'll say that, man.
I was just saying, now that you.
That feels like a jinx.
There you go.
Oh,
There
okay.
Yeah. Okay, everybody makes it up the rope. Demaliba, however, does not stop unless she is confronted. As soon as she makes it up the shaft, she hovers her way over to the door and just beckons them open and begins gliding her way out.
past the destroyed offerings chamber.
Oh yeah,
Whoops.
it's a mess. Yeah.
Can
It-
we stop at what about the treasure in there?
She sort of pauses, hovering over the mess of broken things beneath her, sort of regarding it. Not in amusement, not in frustration. She doesn't really care. Just kind of, royalty turning their nose up to a mess sort of situation. She peers back and looks over to you, looks over to the still open chamber with all of the gleaming treasure and whatnot. I would be surprised if my kingdom has not put away for my return in much more substantial quantities. For your service to me, you may take what you want from there. I would suggest, however, you be careful.
Ew.
These tombs are known to be
Trapped,
against those who would rob from the dead.
and you can't just negate them.
I did not build this tomb.
Yeah.
That's surprising, honestly.
Or I should say, I was not in charge of the final construction and the revisions that were placed to ensure my imprisoning. Why would I design a tomb designed to keep me away?
Good point.
Where can I find this Moria Dessa of which you serve?
It's across the ocean.
What?
She said Rosh Kair.
That will take some doing, but it may be done. Assuming you do not wish to accompany me on my journey.
Yeah, I'm not letting you go alone.
Well, then I assume you take your trinkets quickly. I grow very tired of this place.
I'm gonna drop my wild shape at this.
Okay.
Open my mouth, let Krishka crawl out of it to the side of my face. Shouldn't we actually go with her? Like, isn't that
We should.
Yes,
sort
we
of
are going
I-
with her,
sort of
but
a big thing?
wanted to
Like-
see
like-
about getting some things first.
Okay, she says with a vast amount of panic and surprise on her face.
Yeah, Andrew's gonna look kind of confused too, but
What? I'm not. It's like what? That's a lot of money. We're not getting paid for all of this.
Shouldn't we ensure that I don't know that I can do this anymore.
we broke in another character.
Yes.
Um. Well, we are sailing.
Shouldn't we introduce D. Maliba to Mori ourselves?
Yes,
just
and
so
we
they get off on the right foot? Is that a thing?
I think that is
Yeah.
what we're doing. I think
yeah,
you might
that's
have
what we were
misheard.
planning to do.
Yeah, but why are we stopping first? We should go like 5 minutes ago.
To get this.
Why do we care about shiny rocks again?
I don't know.
I feel like that'll still be here when we come back.
We're not coming back here.
Right.
I don't want to be back under here in anymore. Well, certainly not
That
more
wasn't,
than
that
you. It
wasn't my
seems. But
point.
Instead of debating this, why don't you go load up whatever you want to loot, if anyone else wants to, and then we can be off. Hopefully, if we're lucky, the bronze back might still be at port. I forget how long we've been here. This last.
It's been over a week. Actually, it's been like 2 weeks.
Has it?
Yeah, because there was that week you guys were doing research, and then it
That's
took
fair.
getting us here, which has been that. And I think there was another day or so, like right when we got here. It's been close to 2 weeks. So yeah, I'm gonna go into the shiny room
Okay.
looking for traps and things.
One would think if Moriadessa was waiting for us in there, she could just pop back and
She could.
make this much simpler.
When has she ever made things simple?
Oh, except this is something she wants.
And she wants us to deliver it. Yeah. So shiny room.
Okay. Okay, yeah. You let me ask. Are you hovering or are you walking?
No, sure, I'll hover.
Okay.
But I was still looking for traps and stuff.
Sure. Yeah, you can fly your way past the annex, and to the false wall behind the stone cupboard, and it's still moved out of the way. And you can peer into this small chamber. It does look like it's only about 10 foot by 10 foot. And again, the ceiling is low. So it's hard to fly, really, but still possible. Yeah, you can see it's laden with all kinds of stuff. And let me go back
Like some
at my
goodies.
notes and see what you can get. That is going back a little ways.
It's like, Ender, I don't suppose you can use your magic vision on anything here.
That didn't work out especially well for me last time, and I'm still a little dazed from that.
Yes, but if we could pick up something.
If you're looting, you're kind of on your own with this one. As I said, I'm not fully recovered from what was in that room before.
Right. Trying to benefit us all.
Okay. First, make me an investigation check to check for traps. Interestingly enough, actually reading through portions of the DMG, it's always supposed to have been a perception check to check for traps, but I've never known anybody to actually use perception or
perception
investigation.
Check. I'm good with perception.
No. I rule that it's an investigation check because you actually have to
it does
actively
make sense.
investigate to find traps. Just looking at something, you're not going to just be able to perceive that it's trapped. That would kind of go against the whole purpose of trapping something.
Yeah.
So I like everybody.
Really good perception.
I still think it's more of an investigation.
I mean, I can see.
I would think the DC would be a lot higher for perception than it would be investigation. But we can discuss the meta of this.
Passive DC.
I'll say it's also almost 7.
Yeah,
30,
like I
so
said, we can discuss the meta of this later. Okay. The natural one, you don't notice anything.
Everything's fine.
But the gleaming pile of treasure in front of you. I will make this simple and brief. There is 16,000 gold pieces in here, 1,900 platinum pieces in here, and various art and artifacts worth 5,250 gold.
How much platinum was it again?
1,900. However, you'd have to find a way to actually transport all of that.
Yep. I know. It'd be amazing if we had a bag of holding.
Because I'm a jerk DM and don't believe in bags of holding. Deal with inventory
we have
management.
One just for coin? It's like, fine, we couldn't put anything else in there, just coin. That'd be great.
We'll see. We'll see. right now you don't have one. So
Anything, grab the platinum pieces.
a magic
Well, yeah,
item to think
definitely
of in the
grab
future.
platinum.
I got something for you, Jack, later.
Sure.
that I found what's probably your solution to bags of holding.
I don't trust it.
No, I
That's
know
why
there's.
if he ever gave us one, I would never touch it.
Mm-hmm. Fair.
You're not talking about the bag of devouring, are you, or whatever it's called?
Nope.
Okay.
Worse.
I'm not that mean. I mean, I am, but
Oh, this is worse.
okay, cool. So 50 gold pieces, or 50 pieces, 50 coin is 1 pound.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I can carry quite a lot of pounds.
That is true. There's also, the question of what
Yep.
you're transporting all of this in. I mean, you have a
Yep.
backpack, but it has presumably all kinds of stuff in it.
It has some stuff
in it. Are you... I assume you're prioritizing platinum.
Yes.
Do you care for the art and other cultural artifacts? Or would you then go for gold?
I would say gold.
Yeah, well, I'm just like, can I toss a cultural artifact to Ander? Just toss to him.
Oh. Thank you.
Yeah, she tosses you a little golden statuette.
I'm sure your pretty ladies will like it.
But there's all kinds of tapestries on the walls, plenty of different vases and other works of ceramics, various different idols and figurines, statues, all kinds of necklaces and bracelets and rings and yada yada. You know what? Because we're half an hour over and we still need to deal with all of this, we're past the main drama of it all. We can work on looting next week, not next week, the week after, and then deal with the politics and repercussions of all of this next week. So let's week after, yeah, because I know I'm losing people here. Yeah, we will wrap here with Demon Liba slowly floating off in the direction of the exit, while you guys are, or at least Aquila is quickly trying to shove as much platinum into her backpack as possible. And we will pick up in 2 weeks as to how much you fit in there, and then see about getting out of this tomb finally. So with that, we'll call it. I know we went a little bit over. Thank you guys for hanging around. I know a couple of you said you had things going on, so I appreciate you sticking around. And here I am showing off Anders' character sheet on on the battle cam, because I forgot I was on the battle cam. Anyway,
Still on battle cam this whole time?
Yeah. We'll throw that back to out of combat. So, for anyone interested in the rest of Anders' character sheet and everybody else's character sheet, you can find those coming soon, updated to level 10 on Patreon.
I did not actually attach
that. Okay, yeah, closing spiel, and then we'll get on with this. I was very interested in where things were going today. I have some things to say in the after show if we choose to have one, but I know people have to get going. Very interesting, the choices that you made, the ways you went about things. Really, really interesting that Demon Liba is floating herself out of this tomb. That's not a criticism. I'm not hinting one way or another that this was a good or bad thing. Just very interesting that that this was the path you chose. And either path you chose, I was going to say, was very interesting. Anyway, more to come about that on the after show, whether it is this week or at the end of the next episode we do. I noticed a number of new people in the chat. So welcome, thank you for joining in. I know I can't participate too much in the chat because I'm running the game. So feel free to talk amongst each other. I do, especially during combat and whatnot, usually encourage my players not to be too involved with the stream, but that does mean that that they don't get much in the chat. Though you can always detach the chat from the stream and keep that up if you wanted to join in on the chat. Though you guys do keep up with chat pretty well. Anyway, thank you for joining us. Thank you for the follows. We had a couple of them. Thank you to the new people in chat saying hello. It's always good to see people stopping in, saying hello, saying how much they like the show. I super appreciate it. I love it. It's fantastic. Yes. So we're going to go do an after show. If you liked this episode, if you want to see more like it, more things with my DM style, or simply want to see all the behind the scenes stuff, please consider heading over to Patreon, where your monthly support is the best way to help grow this channel, at least monetarily, get us access to things like character art, which I really want, specific music, different overlays and whatnot, as well as just me being able to devote more time and energy to getting even more things out there for this show and the Patreon support. So I have a lot of cool things planned for this channel. Speaking of things planned for this channel, head down to the scheduling chat tab and check out what I'm doing the rest of the week. I play XCOM, I play Darkest Dungeon, I sometimes play Star Trek Adventures over on a friend's channel on Tuesday. So go check out that scheduling tab and see what I'm up to throughout the week. And of course, remember to check in not next week, but most likely the week after for what may be the conclusion of this story arc, but that might be pushed back a little bit longer now that we may be heading all the way back to Janavia and Rosh Ka'ir. with a queen in tow, a 2,000-year-old queen in tow. So we'll see where that's gonna go. I'm super excited for that.
Why does Moria Desk just pop up before then?
Yeah, I don't know. You should ask her.
Yeah, well, that was the thing. It's like, Akila had that brief conversation with her before going back, and she specifically mentioned Rosh Ka'ir.
Yeah. Yes, we will most likely not have an episode tomorrow because we will be down both of our Tempest twins.
You mean next week?
Yes, next week.
You said tomorrow.
Tomorrow. We won't be having an episode tomorrow either, but that is not maybe, that's definite, because I can't do this 2 days in a row. But next week we will be missing both of our Tempest twins, and I just can't go on without at least one of them. So we will pick this up again in 2 weeks' time. And we'll see what happens there. Go tell your friends about the People's Ascension and all the crazy political shenanigans that we get up to, because, man, there are so many people who are going to have so many words about what just happened, and I am so ready for it all.
I'm scared.
Yep. Oh, you should be. Okay, with that, thank you for tuning in. Stay safe, stay healthy, keep having fun out there. Keep checking back to the People's Ascension, and good night, everybody. And should you meet a woman of your dreams and want to rip out your heart for her, consider throwing a heart tomato in there because it works mostly just the same. Good night, everybody.
Bye.